When I was a kid, we moved to this old house out in the country. The house had a basement and an attic. In the basement, there were pentagrams painted on the walls. I was always creeped out with the basement and remember seeing glowing eyes in the hole in the ceiling of the basement. One time, while in my room, I was doing my homework with my headphones on. I felt a hand hit my hair, and I saw my ponytail swing from one side to the other, from the corner of my eyes. And then my chair started shaking violently. There was nobody in my room, and I couldn't explain how that happened. I was 13 at the time, and it scared the shit out of me. I didn't tell my parents because they're Jehovah's Witnesses, and they would freak out and would make me pray and read the Bible. Another incident happened while I was home alone. Both my parents were at work at the time. I was in the bathroom brushing my hair when I heard my stepdad's voice very clearly say, "Hi, I'm home." And I heard the footsteps and his keys rattling and the back door slam shut. Thinking my stepdad was home, I came out of the bathroom, responding to what I thought was my stepdad. At first, I thought maybe he was hiding from me, so I started looking around the house for him. When I looked out the window, I saw the gate was still closed and no cars parked outside in our driveway, and the back door was still locked. I freaked out, but said in a loud voice, "I must be going crazy," thinking that if I ignore it, it won't bother me. I used to see black figures out of the corner of my eye, and when I would turn to look directly at it, there wouldn't be anything there. I used to hear a man's voice saying my name in a loud whisper in my ears. I've even heard that same voice saying my name while I was at work, and nobody was around me. One time, my sister came running in my room late at night, scared, wanting to sleep in my bed, because she said she saw a ghost. She said the ghost was of a woman wearing light-coloured dress and was pointing at her in the doorway of a room, and it vanished. Years after we moved from that house, I would have recurring dreams of that house, and it would always be about ghosts and weird stuff. I don't know what that's about, but that house was pretty creepy to live in. So I'm a college student, and all the residential areas on campus have a different name: Highland, Park, Historic, and North. I chose to live in the Historic District because it was the one with the most greenery. It was close to all of my classes, and my brother stayed in the same dorm when he went to my uni. I live on floor 3 of 3 at my dorm, and I noticed something odd really shortly after moving in. There's an intercom right on the wall at the foot of my bed. I inquired about it at the front desk, asking if it was hooked to the desk, or campus security, anything like that. The desk assistant had no clue what I was talking about and directed me to the most popular RA in the building. I asked him about the intercom, and he told me the story as follows. Back in the day, the rooms had intercoms that went to the basement. Not sure why the basement, but the basements of the historic dorms are closed after someone unalived themselves back in the day. There's also rumours that they connect to the bomb shelter under campus, but I don't know. I was aware of the bomb shelters. We have staircases that lead down at random spots all over campus, and you can even hear the pressure release from them about every half hour to hour. But this intercom thing spooked me, so I chose to ignore it. My roommate and I had pretty opposite schedules, so we were rarely in the room together. Weird stuff would happen to us though. I'd be working at my desk and hear a woman go, "Hello?" who I'd assume was my roommate or friend from down the hall, but I'd turn around and no one was there. My closet is about 2 feet from the intercom, and sometimes I'd hear the doorknob turn. My roommate would text me, asking if I forgot my keys and was knocking on the door. There was even a time where we were both in the room and a huge bang hit the door. We freaked out, looked through the peephole, but saw no one. We slowly opened the door to look down the hall, and because we're in the centre, there isn't anywhere to run, but no one would be there. My roommate broke her leg a month into the school year and had to drop out, leaving me on my own. These weird occurrences would happen, so I spent a lot of time in my friend's room, only ever sleeping in mine. Eventually, we migrated to hanging out in my room, but my friends would always comment how bad the energy was. It seemed to subside after a bit, but there are still some days I walk in and it's absolutely draining in there. There have been instances when my boyfriend and I are about to fall asleep and he'll say, "What do you mean?" And I'm confused about what he's talking about, and he'll go, "Didn't you just say that?" Some weird clicking, almost like a telegraph, started coming from the intercom around October. I asked the RA, but he assured me the intercom was disconnected. I started making more friends, meaning I was in more rooms in my building, and the more time I spent elsewhere, the more I realised my room is the only room with an intercom. I lost my dad just a couple of weeks ago, and I had all of these. Just 2 weeks before his passing, I visited him, and we had a big family get-together with dinner. My dad and I had a difficult relationship in some ways, because he liked to keep pretty isolated, or maybe I didn't visit him enough. I'm not sure of which now. Anyway, at this visit, he had gotten a haircut and a shave, and he looked healthier and more presentable than he had in at least 2 years. I brought a dish I was sure he'd have nothing to do with, and he ate with me and said how delicious it was. I put on the Eagles and we sang "Take It Easy." At the end of the night, he let me hug and kiss him goodbye, which he's never done in his life. I told my dad I was moving to the coast to be near the ocean. He asked if he could see me when I got there, as he had never been to the ocean. I promised he could, despite my shock at the idea he would even come, and we spent time dreaming of how wonderful it was going to be when he came. Afterward, my husband said it was the best visit we ever had with Dad. It was. I was really looking forward to seeing him on his birthday, November 2nd, not knowing I would not get the chance to ever see him again, losing him 2 days beforehand. Later in the week, my husband and I went for a walk, and he asked why I cared so much to research my family tree. I told him how a couple years back, I had finally done my dad's tree, and all the things I learned, including the very interesting story I shared with my husband about how my simple father was actually a talented musician, and I literally sang the only song I ever remember him writing as we walked. It was about one of the last prisoners executed at the Don jail, who I'm pretty sure Dad named me after. It's a sad song about the father of the prisoner attending and mourning his son's hanging. My husband got very quiet and noted how unusually deep and somber the conversation had turned. I agreed, but it felt right to talk about at the time. A week later, my daughter said that my dad had tried to call her, but she was unavailable. I don't think he's ever tried to call her before, so I tried to call him back, but his number came up out of service. I have no explanation for how this occurred within 30 minutes of him calling my daughter. I had a bad feeling, so I tried to call my mom, who was now his ex-wife, who he was still good friends with and lived close by. No answer. I told myself to let it go and stop worrying. Early Halloween morning, my husband was up late as usual, working on some papers at a local cafe. I woke up at 12:24 a.m. and called him anxious and asking where he was and when he'd be back. He accused me of behaving strangely and said he was where he always was and would be back soon. I woke again at 1:50 a.m. after what could be described as a panic and called him again to discover he was downstairs in our house. I was disoriented and he accused me again of acting very weird. I wrote it off and went to sleep. Barely remember anything of it by morning. This has never happened. The following day, I had scheduled off work for an appointment, which turned out to be very lucky, because I was still in bed instead of being at my desk 90 minutes away, where I normally would have been when my brother called and told me Dad had died the night before. I left quickly with my husband to go where Dad and my family live. In the car, I started crying. My husband gently asked what I was thinking about. I said, "When I woke up and I called you last night, I can already tell you, that's when he went." I was right. We got there and learned Dad died at 12:25 a.m. Halloween morning. My mom divorced my dad over 30 years ago. He never did divorce her and never loved another. He should have died on his apartment floor alone, but she came to visit him that afternoon and insisted on bringing him to the hospital after seeing he was unwell. He was admitted and stabilised after arrhythmia. She told him she loved him, and she would let us know he was in the hospital, and that she would visit in the morning. That wily old bird passed away just a couple of minutes after the love of his life left his bedside, and I'm certain that was deliberate. For the next several days, Take It Easy played on a continuous loop in my head. I thought I was going insane, and I couldn't make it stop. After the funeral, after my eulogy, at the end of which I played Take It Easy, it definitely did. I had spent the days asking for a sign from Dad that he was okay. I now believe this endless repetitive music in my head was his goodbye to me. I'm still going to move next to the ocean, Dad, and when I do, promise I'll take you with me. I need help identifying an event that I cannot find any info on. 20 years ago, I was sleeping beside my husband and I woke up. As I was turning over, I looked over my husband's shoulder and saw a woman standing in the bedroom doorway, staring at my husband intently with curiosity. She then began moving toward him. She had no idea I was watching her. When she began walking towards him, I got angry and I was going to launch myself over him and tackle her, but she was too far away. And I was concerned I would wake husband and he would sit up suddenly, causing me to hurt him. Instead, I turned over, got out of bed. By the time I got to the end of the bed, she was gone, just vanished. This was no common intruder. She was approximately 5 feet tall, very slim, but with a definite female figure, around 100 pounds. She wasn't clothed, but looked like a solid silhouette, or as if head to toe in a skin-tight black bodysuit. She didn't have hair on her silhouette. Why can I describe her so well? First, she was less than 12 or 13 feet from me. Secondly, this was not the first time seeing the paranormal, so no shock or fear. But although I do not mind paranormal encounters, I do not let them come near my husband. Can anyone give any hints as to what she was? I like to go charity shopping a lot. You can find amazing things there for even better prices. In my most recent shop, I found a really cute doll. I saw it and knew I wanted it as it was so cute. For context, I've always been 50-50 when believing in the supernatural. I've always been fond of the concept, especially in horror-related media. I've also always understood the possibility of how it came to be. I've also understood how unlikely it is too. But since I've got this doll, I've noticed whistling from behind me whenever the doll has been in the same room. Despite being in the back bedroom and not often hearing stuff from the streets, I play it off as someone outside whistling. I have auditory processing issues and often have a hard time navigating where sound is coming from. I'm bringing this up now as something else has happened. I was showering and usually leave the door slightly open if I'm home alone, as my dogs always find some way to misbehave, and that way I can keep a better eye on them. My dogs started barking uncontrollably, and I thought it was someone outside. I couldn't stop them from barking, and my father was planning on ordering me food, so I ended my shower to check the door. When I got out, I noticed my dog nervously barking at my bedroom door, where my doll is being kept until I go to my mother's. I decided to go into my room and check it out. Usually, my dogs willingly run into my room and get comfy on my bed or chew what they can find. They wouldn't. They both stood there barking. I'm well aware that animals are deemed to be a lot more sensitive towards the supernatural and aware of my dog's behaviour enough to know that this was unusual. That's why I made this post. I'm looking for advice or answers. If it is somehow haunted, I want to keep it and understand it, unless it's an unkind entity. I live in Louisiana. It was about 2 years ago in mid-November. Me age 14 at the time, my younger sibling age 12, and younger cousin age 13 were hanging out over the weekend. Our mother had hit a tree early that week down their driveway. We asked him to show us. It was probably 9:30 p.m. I grab my phone and we walk out the door. We're walking down the hill as he was telling us about how our mother had hit a tree from being intoxicated that night a week ago. Our cousin was showing us what tree she hit and the story she had told them. He pauses. Everything appears silent. No crickets, frogs, nothing. Our phone batteries drain and our lights turn off. My phone at 20%, however, it did not die. It just powered itself off. My sister's, which was at 30%, was now dead. My cousin didn't have a phone at this time, but he had a flashlight which the batteries were now dead in. We all look at each other, dead in the eyes, only being able to see each other from the moonlight illuminating our faces. We look away into the forest. Then we hear screeches and something coming at us on all fours. They bucket in the dark as I fumble to turn my light on. And so I do, a few moments later. I'm running up the hill as I hear heavy panting, occasional screeches, as this creature is picking up its speed. They claim to just hear screeches the whole way that night. We all make it back unharmed, out of breath and alive. I'm now 16 and wonder and talk about what we encountered that day. Needless to say, we don't go outside after dark anymore. Okay, I need some help. Anybody out there that knows what this could have done this? It's 8:30 p.m. in the northern United States, and it's very dark out. I heard a strange noise coming from outside because my window was open. It sounded like a baby crying, but my mom described it as somebody groaning, but it didn't sound quite right. It was almost like an uncanny valley, but audio. When I went downstairs to ask who made that noise, my mom and brother were standing outside on the deck, door wide open, looking terrified. My brother went back inside and I went outside with my mom to watch my dog. She looked really scared, shaking, leg up, tail between her legs, staring directly across the street. She didn't move for 7 minutes, just staring. After the initial noise, somebody shouted, "Shut up!" And that's when we knew it wasn't just us. Suddenly, a bunch of dogs started barking, but then abruptly stopped after a couple minutes. Then, as if something was trying to fit in, a dog started barking. 3 barks. It sounded like a dog, but it also didn't. It sounded very obviously imitated, and it also sounded like it was coming from just across the fence, but nothing was there. We all went inside and started locking every door and every window, closing all the blinds. My mom told us she was going to protect us no matter what. My brother is sleeping with my dad tonight. I'm sleeping with my window closed and locked. Can somebody please tell me what they think it could be so I could do some research? I need to know what I'm up against. When I was like 5 or 6 years old, my grandparents always picked me up from school and brought me back to their apartment due to my parents' work schedule. My mum would come pick me up from their apartment after work then. The whole experience began with a nightmare. It could have been my first nightmare in my life, as I'm always able to control my dreams, and that was the first time I couldn't, and it was scary. In the nightmare, I was lying on an old bed in a very dim room with weird green light. Someone that looked like my grandma, but didn't feel like her, approached the bed and sat next to me. I couldn't move at all. Then the grandma said, "I can't sleep tonight because the pillows are poisoned." And then I woke up, uncomfortably and sweating. The next day, my grandparents picked me up from school as usual. I was usually closer with grandma, but because of the nightmare, I chose to play with my grandpa in the living room. Grandma watched us play for a while, and then she went into work in the kitchen. The kitchen is at the end of a narrow, long corridor, so I couldn't see her, but I could hear the on and off running water in the sink and the clanging of pots and plates. After a while, Grandpa said he had to use the bathroom, which is next to the kitchen and the corridor. I don't know. Although Grandma wasn't in the living room anymore, I was still afraid to be left there alone. So I begged Grandpa to let me follow him into the bathroom, which of course he refused. Still, I followed him to the bathroom and tried to block him from closing the door by pushing against the door, and one of my feet was on the wall of the other side of the corridor for support. So my whole body was literally blocking the kitchen entrance, and I could see Grandma washing something in the sink in the corner of my eye. She was actually just 3 steps away from me. After a while of back and forth in the door battle with me, Grandpa got annoyed and kind of shouted, "I don't understand. What are you scared of? Grandma's in the living room. You won't be left alone." I was so baffled at that point, I let go of the door. Grandpa closed it. I was scared of Grandma, who's just steps away from me, so I retreated back to the living room, which she was indeed in, folding laundry on the couch. I ran into their bedroom and wrapped myself onto the duvets until my mum came to pick me up. What confused me is, why had Grandpa said Grandma was in the living room when it was just the 2 of us playing there right before he had to use the bathroom? It's a small room. I couldn't possibly ignore another human there. I'm not sure if this is an actual paranormal incident, or someone playing a super elaborate trick on me. I collect skulls and skull art. Think of the Day of the Dead type skulls. I left my door open for my best friend to come in and watch the football game while I was gone, because he had a gap with work and it was close to my house. He mentioned, "I like the new skull." My dad had bought me one recently, so I just figured that was it. When I walked in, I noticed on my shelf a skull I had never seen. I said, "Did you get me that?" He said, "I thought you said your dad got it for you." I had never bought that skull. I looked around my house instantly because the door was open. Called everyone who it could possibly be. Everyone swears it's not them, and I'm not friends with the type of people that would prank me like that. So we started to think someone came in because the door was open, and we cleared the house. My desk is turned sideways in my office, so a new skull on my desk is turned sideways. Nothing else is taken. If they wanted to steal from me, they could have taken anything, but I've noticed nothing gone. The next day, I put it outside. 2 of my friends confirmed and watched me put it outside because I didn't want it in my house. I then had to drive to my friend 2 hours up north. When I get back, I have my friend come in with me because I'm a little scared. We get back and it's literally on top of my shelf. I'm extremely scared now. I called my 2 friends that were with me and they confirmed they didn't put it up there. My desk was also moved again. I had my dad and brother come over. My friends stayed the night. Now I'm trying to figure out what to do. If it's a person, why are they moving the desk to a weird spot? If it's someone, why aren't they stealing? I'm going to get some cameras today. The maybe more weird thing is, why move the desk? Why would a person pull my desk away from the wall, and that alone? I'm trying to be very logical about this, but I have no answers and don't want to seem crazy to my friends. I'm agnostic and pretty skeptical. I don't believe in anything paranormal, but I was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, and at the time of the story was during the late 80s, early 90s, mid-satanic panic era. There were a lot of circulated rumours about this or that being demonic, and you had to be careful about what you brought into your house, lest you invite demons into your home. So I guess they're like vampires or bedbugs. Also, lots of urban legend stories, a lot of them involving Smurfs, like Smurf wallpaper stomping newborns to death in their sleep and the like. Important to understand is that JWs don't believe in ghosts or aliens or anything else, but rather than discount the stories themselves altogether, they merely blame them on bored, vindictive demons fucking with us because they've been banished to Earth. So yeah, basically, if there was a JW Scooby-Doo cartoon, every ending would be the same. Now let's see who's really behind this, as they'd removed the rubber alien mask, the glowing ghost sheet, the dinosaur fossil. I knew it, just a regular old demon. Anyway, around 9 or 10 years old, I started being left home alone. Big family, so it didn't happen much. But when it did, I started noticing things from the corner of my eye. around the edges of darkened corners. Only a couple of times did I notice a discernible shape, and it looked like this stuffed toy someone in the house had recently gotten. Black-furred, big-nosed, kind of goofy yet terrifying in the right context. I guess think Five Nights at Freddy's style. Sometimes I'd get so freaked out, I'd bolt out of the house with barely a jacket or shoes on, and sit outside my house in the winter. I can't remember what excuse I gave when my family came home and found me shivering on the stoop, but I didn't tell them the truth. I even started to join my mom on painfully boring errands. Kids nowadays will likely fail to understand what hours of errands at the hair salon, dry cleaners, the bank, or Joann's Fabrics is like without cell phones or Nintendo Switches. At best, we had Tiger handheld games, which were typically less fun than simply staring at your hands. But I enjoyed it all rather than be left alone with the demons. In retrospect, all of this is easily dismissed. Young mind crammed full of the idea that the world is teeming with demons out to get him, is left alone for the first time in his life, and his mind conjures demons out of flickering shadows. But it's what comes next I can never hand-wave away quite so easily. I'm about 11ish, I think, and I lost one of my baby teeth. Maybe my last one. I don't remember, but it's a molar. Jehovah's Witnesses famously don't celebrate anything, but there were actually a few things that weren't forbidden. I just don't remember if we did the tooth fairy thing. I mean, I know there was no pretense of a fairy, just my mom taking my tooth and giving me $1. But I know I didn't get $1 for this last one. Maybe it was too late in the game, being the last wish tooth and being the youngest of 8 kids. The kid tooth market was now incredibly saturated. She probably had a coffee can full. Technically, she might even qualified as an ivory dealer. So I go to bed that night, and I have an oddly specific memory of putting my tooth on my bedside table on the metal base of my lamp. I wake up sometime during the night, and it's a full, deep, silent, scary night. Not, my parents are still awake and I can hear them watching MASH in the living room at night. It's one of those half awakes, where your dreams are still a vivid reality, and you can effortlessly step back into them. I'm instantly aware of a large bluish-white glowing presence at the end of my bed. It's an angel, with its back to me, focused on something else. Which is odd, in and of itself, as the only thing in that part of my room of interest was my Dick Tracy action figures. So hopefully he was bringing me the blank figure, because I couldn't find that shit anywhere. I don't remember I could move, but I didn't. I was scared, but in oddly detached, non-panicky sort of way. He became aware of me and looked back, and not in a malevolent way, but not kindly either. It was more of a cold, slightly sneering indifference. Then I just fell back asleep. Which was obviously odd. Had it been someone innocuous like my mom in my room at 3 a.m, I doubt I'd have drifted back off so quickly. Let alone a potentially fallen angel rooting through my collectibles. I loved those Dick Tracy toys, and I was very paranoid and protective about losing the Tommy guns on those things. It happened to a JW pal of mine. His mom took all their weapons, and he was left with a bunch of squat, Lego grip-handed, suited old men with stupid hats. And who wants to play with that? But I digress again. Then I just awoke in the morning, but I didn't immediately remember the previous night's visitor. I woke just like any other morning, sat up, but then paused my crooked Y stretching as my eyes rested on my molar. It was still on the lamp base, but it had been expertly cut in half. It was perfectly smooth, like it had been done with a laser, and the other half was gone. I didn't immediately suspect my mother. Firstly, I doubted she had access to that level of technology, and second, if it was her, then where was my 50 cents? Only then did I recall the previous night's events, and as you can imagine, it shook me up. I mean, there were the spooky paranormal aspects that would scare anyone, but atop all that was the sheer randomness of it. Nothing added up to anything. It was just an absolute casserole of nonsense. Now, had the demon or angel burnt a cockeyed 666 on my wall and left a steaming cauldron stuffed with smirch merchandise, then okay, sure, I'd have been terrified, but at least it would have been on brand and fallen neatly into place with everything else I knew. But what the fuck did he want with half my tooth? I snatched up my half-tooth and went to find my mother, not really expecting answers, but at least wanting someone else to acknowledge and share in this fucked up situation. When I found her, I didn't editorialize or bring up any of the angel business, just handed it over with a, "Hey, look what happened to my tooth when I was asleep." She examined it closely, but far too briefly, and handed it back with something like, "Huh, that's kind of weird, hey? Where's your father? Tell him breakfast is ready." Her lack of astonishment felt suspect. I went looking for my dad with the inner monologue of a TV detective. "No, I don't think she did it, but she's no more than she's telling us." I didn't even bring it up to my dad, as my relationship with him was fraught, and it felt unwise to do so. More than likely, I'd have been blamed for it in some way, and I'd be interrogated about my cola consumption. So I sat on this info. I think I tried to bring it up casually with my mom again later, but again got nothing. A week or so later, it was missing from my dresser. I thought I might have knocked it off or something, and it'd show up eventually, but it never did. Shortly after this incident, we moved to a new house, and I never saw the flickering shadow demons again. I never had any more issues with being left alone in the house. As a skeptical adult looking back, I can say, look, I turned 12. I got over my fear of being home alone, and maybe I conjured the angel memory from nothing after that tooth incident. But that doesn't explain the tooth, and I remember the tooth. I could feel myself grasping for plausible scenarios. Maybe there's some medical test that requires an inner tooth test, so my parents took it. But then why not just tell me? Why return the other half? That's the whole issue with the incident, as even if you accept the existence of angels, demons, ghosts, it doesn't really explain anything meaningful. So yeah, that's it. I don't think about it often, but when I do, it still bothers me. Why are these things so weird? I've dealt with sleep paralysis for about 15 years now, on and off. At first they were terrifying, but they seem to happen less and less throughout the years. Lately, I've been going through some hard times, and last night I fell asleep with my partner in our regular position, at the head of the bed, no TV on. I wake up to us sleeping on the foot of the bed, almost as if watching a movie together, but he's on his back, arms behind his head, and I'm on my stomach, with my arms crossed under supporting my head. What woke me up was 2 taps on the bed near our heads. Immediately, I knew this was sleep paralysis. I tried to close my eyes and go back to sleep before giving it any more attention. When I did, something quickly jerked my hair bun upwards, and the fear came on. I tried to move but could only wiggle my fingers, which were near my partner's underarms. I tickled his underarm, and when he woke up and looked around, suddenly I also woke up, and we were both back at the head of the bed like normal, except he was still sleeping. So I tucked my leg under his and went back to sleep. So here are some things I've been thinking about. I've lately had sort of a second awakening to my spiritual side, and have used stones to meditate, and also to ground myself when I feel too spacey or emotional. I wonder if these things have brought me sort of a balance to put sleep paralysis in its proper place before the terror sets in. I didn't even really see a demon this time, so that helped, but I was immediately aware of the surroundings and the dream state, which is something that is usually elusive during sleep paralysis. What kind of worries me is that I've never been physically touched by whatever is watching me during sleep paralysis. I've been held down by but an invisible force. This time, it pulled my hair. Has anyone had any experience with sleep paralysis after starting a meditative journey, or just going through a rough time? And how was it different from past experiences? I stepped out of my apartment into the stairwell one night. To get a picture of it in your head, the stairs were red and metal, poorly painted and horribly maintained. The lights were bright white, constantly buzzing, and the walls were damp. I turned to go to the door. That's when I saw him. A man wearing a navy blue overcoat that had very apparent wet spots on it, which was the first thing that threw me off, since we hadn't had rain in weeks. The other thing that threw me off was how he smoked his cigarette. Smoke went in, but didn't come out. He held the cigarette in his mouth, gripping it as if it'd fall out of his mouth otherwise. He sat on a step that went up to the main door. I watched him take a long drag, and I watched him breathe out nothing. The crackling of the cigarette was so loud, like it had been amplified by 1,000. I looked closer at him and noticed his mouth was wide open. The crackle of the cigarette rang loud in the stairwell when I realised he wasn't holding it up to his lips anymore. It was in his hand, to his side. I walked down the stairs towards him. As soon as I took a step, the air went dead silent. The rushing of the nearby river ceased, and the buzzing of the lights did too. I was fucking terrified, but I kept walking. I walked as fast as my feet could carry me, all the while praying he wasn't going to reach for a knife or anything. He didn't. He didn't reach for anything. For some reason, he allowed me to get uncomfortably close before he raised his arm up, held the cigarette to his mouth, and lit it. He was no longer moving and stood as still as a statue in the light of the white fluorescent bulbs above him. He didn't take a drag or even exhale, and just sat there as if he was waiting for something. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I watched him sit there until his cigarette was almost completely smoked out. He was still and silent. I woke up back at my door, hands shaking and gripping the doorknob. I tried to shake it off as just a bad daydream, because that's what it felt like. Too vivid to be a daydream, but too hazy to be real. I was about to open my door, and as I turned the handle, the air went dead silent again. I took my hand off the doorknob and the sound immediately came back. I never tried to open my door without listening to that dead silence now. It's up to you if you want to believe me or not. A lot of people look at me with a sort of pity when I tell them. They don't call me mad, but it's apparent what they're thinking. In 4th grade, I found a book about holding seances and the occult in the elementary school library. Coming from a semi-conservative Christian household, of course I was curious and checked it out, quickly hiding it deep in my backpack. And once I was home, taking it out in my room and stashing the book under my mattress. That night, I started reading a bit and saw there were directions to summon someone who died in a mirror and be able to talk to them. Well, the only person I knew who had passed was my great-grandfather, and maybe part of me knew nothing would really happen. Jesus wouldn't let anything bad get me, right? I'd take the book into the bathroom and start to follow the directions laid out. I honestly don't remember what they were, but I sure as hell remember what happened next. I remember the mirror getting foggy, then a face. It was my great-grandfather, but twisted. Emaciated and grey and frightening. Every hair on my body stood on end as the image started to open its mouth. But before it said anything, I grabbed the book and bolted out of the bathroom, quickly slamming the door and going to hide in my bed. As an adult looking back, I can't help but doubt my own story. I was a child. I had an active imagination. Memories could be faulty. I do remember the absolute terror. The literal fear of God was put in me. I don't know if it really was a demon or my papa or whatever else it could have been. You can't really summon the dead in your own bathroom mirror, can you? Either way, that damn book went to the library the next day. Happened to me and a small group of friends. When we were younger, we watched Battleships. I didn't really like the movie, but we enjoyed each other's company and just wanted to have reasons to hang out together. Halfway through the movie, a friend of mine sitting next to me was smiling a little too sheepishly while hugging her legs, which she brought onto the chair. I was curious, mouthed, "What?" My friend and other friends who were in it pointed in front. I looked in front. There's nothing significant going on in front of us. The theatre wasn't packed. There were a lot of empty seats. The rows in front of us were all empty except a couple that decided to sit in the row directly in front of mine. They were sitting a few seats away from my left and a row in front of me. I looked at them and there was nothing funny going on. I looked back at my friend who was sitting on my right, motioning the "huh? What?" gestures. They kept pointing in the general vicinity in front of my head. Failing to see anything repeatedly, my friend told me in a hushed voice, "The chair! Look at the chair!" I looked at the chair that was slightly haphazard in front of my friend. It was shaking, as if someone was either kicking the chair from behind rapidly, or as if someone sat in the chair and was rocking back and forth in the chair. I'm normally a scaredy cat when it comes to paranormal stuff, but I had to know. So I lurched forward and looked down towards the row. I saw nothing. I just saw all the rows of chairs and saw nothing sitting in that chair. I saw no reason for the chair to behave the way it was. I did see a carton of popcorn. I stared and saw nothing, just the chair shaking. All the adjacent chairs were not shaking. Everything else was still as it should be. I laughed in disbelief. My friends asked me, did I see anything? I said nothing. Nothing at all, and we just watched the movie to distract ourselves. We had an interesting post-movie chat, some additional occulty info. In Southeast Asian countries, people tend to be superstitious. It's normal for movie theatres to block entire front rows in the theatres. Those who are superstitious would say they're reserved for visitors who also want to watch. The more sceptical would say it's to avoid needing to clean more rows when there's less customers. For context, my dad grew up on dairy farms with his parents, who worked for a guy who owned multiple farms. So they would hop around to different farms and manage them, so to speak. Also, we live in Australia. Anyway, while my dad was in his late teens to early 20s, they lived in this house that eventually became known as the spooky house to him and his parents, and this is what they experienced while living there. The house was known to have a very foreboding feeling to it, like something was always off and you couldn't put your finger on it. Floor was made out of old wood that had little notches in it, and Nan put little stoppers in them to fill the holes. A lot of the time, they would wake up in the morning and find that all of the stoppers were pushed up from underneath the house. Dad said they had these giant-ass hippie beads hanging in the doorways, so big and heavy that it would have to be a big gust of wind to move them. He lost count of how many times he would get up early for work or such and find them swaying, like someone walked through them, but when he checked the bedrooms, everyone was asleep. I remember Dad telling me that it slowly got worse over the time, like the house didn't want them there or something. At one point, Nan contacted a psychic to see if they could make it better or calm it down. Well, the psychic wouldn't even get out of a car and come up the driveway, absolutely refused to come inside the house. Nan was left flabbergasted and asked what she could do. The psychic told her to move house and drove off. Dad said not long after these things would start talking the house. To this day, he has no idea what they were, and he doesn't really want to know. Nan would come out in the morning, find that the grass was pressed down or trampled around the house, especially where the windows are. Her peg basket on the clothesline would be ripped to shreds, and bits of it spread around. Dad said he would get the shits because she had to keep buying new ones. It started to get more serious when my dad would be woken up by scratching at his window on the outside. He was always too scared to look back at it because he knew whatever it was staring right back at him while scratching the window. They would check in the morning to find that the paint had been scratched off the house at around human height and grass flattened. At one point, while his dad was out working a few paddocks over, Nan came in and woke Dad up, and together they huddled in his bedroom, waiting for daylight as the thing stalked around the outside of the house. Speaking of, it stalked Dad once too. He was walking from the house to his dad, a few paddocks over to help with the cows, about 4 a.m-ish. It was cold and there was frost on the grass. As Dad was walking, he could hear a crunch, crunch coming behind him. So he stopped and it stopped too. Dad was like, huh? And started walking again, and so did it. Again, Dad stopped again, and it stopped. Now starting to get freaked out, Dad started to pick up the pace and he stopped again. Only this time it didn't stop, but started to come right at Dad. Dad fucking bolted. Ran over 2 paddocks and cleared the fences. Didn't stop till he reached his dad's side. Whenever Dad's parents left for a couple of days and he had the place to himself, Dad would host massive parties with his friends. They had the run of the house and could sleep wherever they wanted, but all of them always ended up huddling up in one room, where they go to sleep. One time, it was just Dad and his cousin over. They played a game of pool and drank. At one point around midnight, the both of them were sitting around and heavily drinking. A dark figure appeared and said, "Go to bed." Dad said he was pissed drunk and thought, why the hell not? And they went to bed. The next morning they woke up to find the game of pool that was left unfinished put away, and his cousin asked who that person was that was standing over their beds watching them sleeping. But Dad didn't remember that part. I will say though, that Dad and his parents moved out and someone else eventually moved in. Not long after that, the house burned down. Dad didn't know what caused the fire, but he was sure as fuck happy about it. My cousin went to college at SCAD in Savannah. At the end of her first year, my aunt and I went to help pack her up, move stuff into storage for the next year, etc. Both of them went to grab lunch, and since I wasn't hungry, I stayed behind to keep working. We were asked to deconstruct the beds if they'd been bunked, and I had put the pins from that on a dresser to take back to the RA later. And I went back to cleaning the bathroom area. I heard a loud ping behind me, and one of the pins had rolled off the dresser. Okay, no problem. I picked it up and put it with its mate, and went back to the sink. I heard a ping again, and one had fallen again. Annoyed at myself, I picked it back up and put it with the other, and moved them vertically so it couldn't roll off again. I turned around and took one step toward the sink, and ping! Suddenly, I got really cold, nauseous, and felt like I was being watched. But I shook it off and went to pick the pin again. I grabbed it and the other pin and put them in an empty cup on the dresser. I barely turned around when I heard the ping and a giggle. I was just standing there, absolutely frozen to the spot, when my aunt and cousin walked in with their lunch. Both of them looked at me and my aunt said, "What's wrong, hun? You're white as a sheet." And my cousin goes, "Ugh, was it the ghosts?" And I said, "What fucking ghosts?" Apparently, it's well known that the dorm is haunted as fuck. I guess my cousin's roommate moved out because the ghost was freaking her out. She'd gotten a preacher in to bless the room and expel the ghost, and my cousin said it just made the ghost mad. I guess the girl's stuff went missing all the time, and they'd come home from class, and just that girl's stuff would be pulled out of the dressers and emptied on the floor. I believe that for a number of years, my family home, built in the 1960s by my grandparents from my father's side, has been haunted by several different paranormal entities over the course of decades, just because of major differences between the happenings themselves. It's a 2-story house, with my parents and I sleeping on the second floor, and my sister and grandparents sleeping on the first floor. For me, however, this began around 15 years ago. My older sister was the first one afflicted. In a short span of time, she began having constant sleep paralysis experiences, which I know aren't scientifically related to anything paranormal. But the folklore of my country relates them to a specific entity, known as a dark man, for lack of a better translation to English. What you might call a sleep paralysis demon, often thought of as a mischievous and perhaps evil spirit behind it. At first, nothing was thought of it, but these became so frequent it was starting to weird my parents out, as well as myself and my sister. Some more things started happening in addition to this, like her waking up in the middle of the night with something invisible pulling on her long hair, causing her to freak out and call out for Grandma, who with lightning speed ran over with a bottle of holy water, sprayed the place and prayed with my sister. Another time this happened, whatever was playing with her hair appeared to blow air into her face, freaking her out even more. The most shocking thing during the beginning of these happenings came when my mother, my sister and I were all in our living room watching TV. When suddenly, from a fully awake state, my sister shifted into the state of sleep paralysis. It took a couple of seconds for my mum and me to realise what was happening, when we noticed her shaking with her eyes open on the sofa, struggling to let out a sound. When she finally woke up, she let out a blood-curdling scream, crying and yelling at Mom and me, "It got me! It got me! Why didn't you help me?" She was visibly shaken and pale. My grandma arrived, of course, with her usual remedy, and even my father, a skeptic, walked out of my parents' bedroom, freaked out by her screams. My grandma remembered that in the local law, if a person wants to be protected from the dark man, a piece of clothing from the person's father needs to be placed on them, serving as a shield. So we tied my father's belt around her waist, and she went to sleep in my room, as she usually did when things like this happened. Still distraught and frightened, she asked me to get her a glass of water, so I went to get some in a plastic cup from the water dispenser and give it to her. As my mom was still in the living room, and my bedroom door, as well as my parents' bedroom door, were open, we all witnessed this next part. As I approached my bedroom door, the plastic cup practically exploded in my hand, splitting on all sides, water bursting out of my hand. My mom got up immediately and came over, everyone looking in shock, absolutely speechless. My dad first thought that I just dropped the cup, if I remember correctly, but on closer inspection, the cup was torn all around in perfectly straight lines, almost as if someone cut it with a scalpel. Safe to say, not much sleeping had done that night. Since that night, my mother and I had begun experiencing sleep paralysis. For her just a couple of times, and for me, until this very day. Also, nightly noises started appearing in our house, different from the house settling. Moving chairs, clanking dishware, etc., mainly on the second floor, and especially when we weren't home. At one point, my grandma even searched the second floor, suspecting a burglary, as she heard the old wardrobe in my parents' room open, in addition to the moving chairs. But when she reached the room, the wardrobe was open, but no one was there. These incidents prompted my sister to visit our local priest. After explaining the situation, the happenings and the nature of the haunting, the priest concluded that a lost spirit inhabiting our home was for some reason reaching out to my sister, wanting to become known. My sister was a little relieved after this, knowing that the spirit meant no harm. She even named the spirit Samuel. Well, now it was time to figure out what or who the hell Samuel actually was. There were a couple of theories. The first one concerned when my grandma was a little girl. On her way home from school, she had to pass through a cemetery every day, and one day she saw pretty flowers on a grave. She picked them and brought them home without telling anyone. That very night, she woke up to an invisible force grabbing her by the leg, trying to drag her out of bed. She felt as if she knew that whatever was dragging her wanted those flowers back. She woke her parents up, and her mother said the same thing, and they threw or returned the flowers the next morning. From that day on, she knew not to take anything from a graveyard ever again. It could have been that this entity remained attached to her and moved with her from a childhood home to our house when her and Grandpa split up, since it was only a couple of houses next door. The second one was that the ghost was possibly my grandma's father, my great-grandpa, who I hadn't ever met. This was thought because before he died, he said to my grandma, "If I'm gone, and you ever hear something moving in the attic, know that it's me." Coincidentally, the attic eventually became the second floor of the house, where most of the noises and the cup incident happened. It's also worth noting that my sister and I shared my room before she moved downstairs, so it could be connected somehow. I truly don't know. Other incidents soon followed. My mother once felt a strong press on her upper body when she was nearly sleeping, and thinking Dad put his arm around her with his full weight, she asked him to move the arm. After she got no response, she asked again, complaining that it was hard to breathe. She eventually had enough to the point of crying and yelled at him to stop, only to realise he wasn't even turned towards her in bed. He was turned to the other side and woke up, wondering why she was screaming. She still remembered this vividly, and it frightens her to this day. I remember one night I was playing PS2 games very late, and had gone to bed without realising I forgot to turn it off, and my LED light-up joystick remained plugged in. I woke up in the middle of the night and the TV was off, but thank God, the PC was still working and the joystick was glowing. I couldn't stand the darkness with all this shit going on. I remember looking at the PS2 and the light when suddenly the goddamn joystick unplugs itself, and in an instant, total darkness and panic in the room. I wake up and run to the light switch, which remained turned on the entire night. This was soon followed by my dumbass, once again late at night, watching TV in the living room. The stairs are connected to our second floor at the very beginning of the living room, and are separated by a thin metal strip from the living room floor. In total darkness, I hear footsteps coming up the stairs. I yell out to my sister, believing she's going upstairs for a drink. As I get no response, I realise that there isn't a chance in hell that my sister would be coming up the stairs without turning the light on, as she never sleeps with the light off since this shit started happening, to this very day, and she's almost 30 years old. I sit up on the sofa frozen, listening to each footstep as it comes closer to the top of the stairs. Finally, I hear the metal strip on top of the stairs clanking, as if someone stepped on it, and I run for the hills, or should I say, my parents' bedroom door, frantically banging on it and screaming for them to let me in. I slept in their room for the rest of the night. The most bizarre thing during that first round of hauntings happened during broad daylight, and it's truly unexplainable in every way. My grandpa, grandma, sister and I were all heading next door to my aunt's house that afternoon, and my grandparents went before us as I was still doing something in my room, and my sister was in the bathroom. It was always practice at our home that the last person to leave takes the key from the inside of the front door and locks it up before heading out. So I run out of the house, telling my sister that I'm going, and she replies that she won't be far behind. I close the door behind me, and my sister tries to come out of the house maybe half a minute after me. She reaches for the door handle and realises that the door is locked. The goddamn house was locked from the inside after I left, and she remained the only person in there, meaning nobody was there to lock it. She unlocked it as fast as she could and ran out after telling me that someone had locked her inside. We told everybody. We checked the locks, tried to reproduce this, but it was impossible. The key had to be turned 6 times for the door to be locked. This was the last major thing from that first round, I believe. It was followed by mostly noises, which we learned to live with and accepted, as my sister accepted this Samuel, and truly no more incidents happened for a long time. At first we didn't spread a word of this outside family and family friends, but when some time passed, I told my classmates about this, and one of them actually stayed the night after my birthday, as he was intrigued by the noises and wanted to hear it for himself. My sister knew this and actually tried to pull a prank on us by knocking at our door late at night, after the party, and he and my other friend, who was also sleeping over, got scared shitless, so my sister revealed herself. But the next time it happened, a couple hours later, my friend woke me up to say something was knocking out there again. I opened the door, but this time there was nobody out there. My sister was in her room fast asleep. He kept asking me what the hell was that, and I just couldn't give him an answer. I was scared too, but I was used to it. He never slept over again, and tells his story a lot, as well as others who have slept there. I'm a very down-to-earth person and still convinced there must be some rational explanation, but the following happened to me. There was a small guest room in my parents' house that I never could sleep in. Every time I tried, I had restless nights where I woke up frequently to the sound of someone calling my name or whispering something unintelligible. I always blamed the busy wallpaper, coupled with the size of the room, causing me to be unable to rest my mind and thus experience these dreams. The most unpleasant dreams were those when someone opened the door to the room and would just stand in the door opening. The weird thing about those dreams was that the door was always opened inwards, whereas in reality the door opened outwards, thus reaffirming that it must be a dream. Years passed and my parents decided to move and asked me and a friend to help with the move. We stayed in the small guest room and my friend had to sleep on a mattress on the floor. Even though it had been many years since I had actually slept in the room, I was anxious to do so. The realization that it would be the last time, combined with the fact that my friend was sleeping there as well, eased my mind somewhat, and I fell asleep quite soundly. When I awoke the next day, I was refreshed and ready for the move. My friend, however, looked like he hadn't slept at all. When I asked him what was wrong, he told me he'd been awoken by something trying to open the door throughout the night, but being unable due to his mattress blocking the doorway. He thought it might have been my father, but was afraid to ask. I reassured him it was all just a dream, since the door only opened outwards and not inwards. That was all he ever said of the matter. The move went well, and I'm glad to never see that house and that room ever again. During the fall and winter months when I was 17, I moved into a windowless room in my parents' basement. It was the end of my junior year, and I was stressed over my schoolwork, work, and everything else going on at the time, so sleep was tough to find. Every night about 2 or 3 in the morning, I would hear noise coming from my closet. The door was closed, but when I opened it, my clothes on the hangers would be swaying slightly. The closet had a single light on the ceiling, so it could shade downward. I looked through the clothes by pulling them apart, but nothing. This would happen every few days. It was driving me mad. I talked to my friends and they went into great detail about how it was a ghost and all the things I could do to catch evidence of it. I posted a motion sensing camera a friend lent me and faced it looking into the closet. And a few days later, it happened again, but the camera recorded nothing. I was giving up hope. So I took everything out of the closet and got some of the best sleep I've had in months. Once I rested and got tired of my parents asking me to clean my room, because it was a bunch of closet clutter, I put it all back. That night, it happened again. I searched the house for the most powerful flashlight I could find and set an alarm for 2 a.m. to catch whatever was in the act. 2 a.m, I wake and wait. While reading, I heard a noise. The hangers were moving and boxes had fallen. I turn in the flaglight and rush over to the closet, expecting anything. I search the closet, and I begin to feel hopeless. Some ghost is going to do this to me every free night, and there's nothing I can do. I sit on the ground a little scared, and not wanting to be in the dark, but I don't want to keep dealing with this. So I waited in front of that closet for half an hour. It's about 4 a.m. when my flashlight starts to fade. When I look up and see 2 glowing eyes looking down on me. My heart almost stopped, but then I realised what it was. It was my neighbour's black cat looking at me from between the hangers. All this time, she'd been climbing into my closet and lying across my coat hangers. She didn't move at all when I pulled the hangers apart. It was black, long and thin, so I couldn't see her unless I was looking for her, and she didn't make another sound. My biggest question was, how the hell did he get into the house and into my room? I watched her leave, and she entered a hole in the ceiling in the basement's unfinished bathroom. I listened to her travel from one side of the house to the other. She was getting in through the garage. I later found out she was going into the crawl space under the garage, into a hole in the wall behind some equipment, up a ladder into the attic and into the walls, somehow getting up and down between the house and garage, into the basement, through the hole, and into my open door while I slept. I moved the ladder, and the haunting stopped. Sorry if this wasn't a real paranormal story, but it's the closest I got to believing it was possible. Well, I've had several experiences that I would chalk up as particularly questionable in terms of paranormal stuff. The earliest I can remember was from when I was a little kid, maybe 7 or 8. My dad and I were driving back from his friend's house. My ma and brothers had gone home earlier in her car. It was around midnight, but Dad wanted to stay late and talk tech with his nerd friends, and I was very adamant about going home with my dad because of his car. I loved riding in the backseat of his Saab. All that soft, comfy leather all to myself, no brothers to fight for space. So I was amped, sitting in the back middle seat like I was controlling a spaceship, just flying down this dark stretch of forest road in Maryland. My understanding of speed wasn't very keen, but from memory, I think we were probably doing around 50, maybe. Out of nowhere, and I mean like poof, nowhere, this bright white deer pops into view. First time I heard my dad say fuck. There was no time to brake, so my dad floored it. Instead of launching the deer and us crashing in a fiery wreck, we went right through it. It was like slow motion. We went through it, and it passed through the car. I watched it pass through the hood, dashboard, then through me. It felt weird too, like warm and cold at the same time. Kind of weird. So we passed through it, and my dad pulls over. After making sure I'm alright and making sure we both saw what we saw, he gets out and runs back with his flashlight. And there isn't any sign of it ever being there. No blood, no deer bits, not even a scratch on the spaceship. But we both saw it. We talked about it the whole drive home, but never came to any real conclusion as to what it was. My family has roots in witchcraft. My great-grandmother was a witch in deep Mexico. I don't know what kind, but my grandmother refuses to talk about it. We know she had a very interesting life, from owning monkeys and owls to my great-grandfather being a shark and whale hunter. Mind you, this is before commercial hunting started wiping out the population. I digress. She was very, very peculiar in the time I knew her. She refused to step in churches, pray, or look at crosses. My grandmother and mother say it was because of her witchcraft. When my great-grandmother was dying at 99, my grandmother tended to her for almost a year, doing nothing but wait on her 24/7 at home, during which time my great-grandmother suffered horribly from burning fevers of over 107 degrees, horrific black sores, and the feeling of internal fire, as she described it. My mother says God was punishing her for her sins on earth. Fast forward, my great-grandmother passes one night, and when my grandmother finds her, she finds a crow in the room standing on her mother's bed. Mind you, this is Mexico, where windows are kept shut and barred, doors locked and bolted due to the crime. The crow looked at her and cawed and then flew out the doorway, over my grandmother's head. My grandmother flipped, throwing holy water around the whole house and drawing salt lines in doorways. At my great-grandmother's funeral, her casket was placed in a mausoleum, with a grave in the centre 8 feet deep. A base layer of fresh concrete. The casket was lowered into it. Then another 5 feet of fresh cement were laid on the casket, sealing her forever. I assume it's to prevent whatever evil spirit she may produce to ever leave and commit what she had done again. I have plenty of stories such as this from my life. When I was around 12 or 13, we lived on a house farm, in this big house on top of a hill in Cherokee County, Georgia. Highest hill in the area. Great view, but I always felt uneasy in the house, like there was a weird vibe or something. Walking down the halls at night, or going to the basement, even in my own room, there was always this unsettling feeling. One evening, my parents and I were getting ready to go out for Mexican food. We were almost to the car when my mother realised she forgot the TV was on in the master bedroom on the top floor. They sent the young one with the fresh legs to run up the 2 flights of stairs to go turn it off, while they waited in the car. The moment I turned off the TV, this loud, evil-sounding laughter broke out and echoed through the whole house. It was a male voice, seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere. It's like the walls were resonating with this evil laugh. All the hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up, while chills and tingles shot up and down my spine. I ran out of the room and down the stairs so fast, I must have only touched 2 steps on the way down, and shot out of the bottom door like a damn bullet. My parents asked me what the hell was wrong, as I had gone white as a sheet, and had come flying out the door practically on the tips of my toes. I was running so fast. They, of course, did not believe me at first. However, a few years later, my mother admitted that she too always felt uneasy in the house. After speaking with the previous owners and builders of the house, we found out that they had experienced some strange and spooky things too. like a male voice screaming from the basement, and large sturdy shelves suddenly and violently crashing down off the wall in the basement. Used to live in a haunted farmhouse. No joke. I've had a couple of experiences, but I'm only going to tell 2 of them because they're short. The first one was when I woke up, went downstairs and got some breakfast, and went to our sunroom. It overlooked a small garden. There was this man I had never seen before, digging some holes and putting flowers into the garden. Nothing odd. I waved at him. He waved at me. I continued on eating. I had finished my food when I walked into our kitchen, which, mind you, is a straight line from the sunroom. I walked up, put my bowl in the sink, and came back probably a total of 15 seconds. When I came back, the guy was gone, like he was never there. I asked my grandmother and parents about the man, but they had no idea what I was talking about. They said there was no guy. That one was probably not bad though, so it was a short one, but my most recent was when I was asleep. I felt this figure watching me. I thought it might have been my parents, and I thought I would be funny to scare them, so I decided that I would jump up and grab them. I waited for the right moment and grabbed, but when I looked up there was nothing there. My hands started to tingle with pins on needles, and it travelled down my arm to my shoulder. Then an outline of a boy appeared. He looked young, around 5 foot. He had no distinct details and was completely see-through. He had this light glow and just sat there. Finally, I let go. The pins and needles in my arm dispersed immediately, and this outline just vanished. That was the first time I've had contact with a ghost. I've always caught a glimpse of them, like seeing them in mirrors, or seeing a figure out of the corner of my eye, then turning and it not being there. My sister and mother have the same things to different degrees though. It's not uncommon, but that one was something that none of us had done before. There's a famous saying that goes, in the beginning, man created God. And I get it. The darkness is scary. I mean to them, not me. I feel alive after the sun goes down. I rather like the darkness. But the darkness I'm actually referring to is death, not just the absence of light. The idea that we're all alone and that this is it is truly frightening. Religion tries to make sense of that and create order from chaos. It comforts people, believing if they follow the rules, there's an afterlife waiting for them. And if they don't follow the rules, even though it's described as unpleasant, there's still an afterlife waiting for them. I've had experiences in my life that have led me to believe there is something else. I can't say scientifically they were ghosts, but I can't say it wasn't either. But the logical part of my brain says it wasn't. There has to be another explanation. When my grandfather died, my father's pocket watch stopped at the exact time of his death. I can't really explain that. And my maternal grandmother once went to a séance where details about a neighbour's death from years prior were revealed. That was just so out of context at the time, it freaked her out a little. The problem for me is like with religion. All we really have is faith that it exists. It can't really be quantified or qualified. There are no peer-reviewed studies offering proof. I like to think, since time appears to be circular, with the past, present, future existing at the same time in space-time, that even if you do die, you still have immortality somewhere else in the timeline. I've even wondered if it's possible that when you die, your consciousness just goes back to a previous point of your lifetime, like a replay for eternity. Or maybe you jump up to a different version of our universe, and that's why we have things like déjà vu. But I'm more on the skeptical side of things now. I used to love books by people like Hans Holzer. I met Lorraine Warren years ago. I was into all of it. But now I want to go spend the night at the Amityville house, or room 1408 if they have one anywhere, or room 217, or anywhere else that has that kind of reputation, just to see. Or visit Dudleytown. It's in my state. And the reason being, even if something bad happens, it's proof of something supernatural. Right? So yesterday, I was on my way back home with truck parts that I'd picked up and did what I did a lot of times. I opened up my map on my iPhone and started checking the countryside roads for any cemeteries I wasn't aware of. I go to them and walk through and record audio and video for my own record. I located one on a narrow side road and went to the area. When I got there, I discovered that it was on a private property and would be a 10-minute walk through the field to get to it. Not wanting to upset the property owner or get in trouble for trespassing, I went to a house that was next door back a long gravel lane. As I got closer to the house, it was obvious that it was not being lived in. It's a huge 2-story farmhouse that in its day was quite beautiful, I'm sure. I decided to go ahead and knock on the door. I have seen people live in worse conditions and wanted to at least make the effort to knock on the door. Not gonna lie though, this place was unkempt and had a pretty creepy appearance. Tattered curtains on all the windows, and a few windows had been broken. I opened the screen door and knocked on the door. It swung open when I knocked, exposing that the house appeared to have been quickly moved out of some years ago. Full-on furniture, clothing laying on the floor. Kitchen was visible down the hall from the front door, and I could see the table was still there. I decided to step into the threshold of the doorway and started recording with my iPhone. I yelled out, "Hello?" several times, knowing that there was no one living there. Within about 45 seconds of stepping in, I was hit full on the front of my body with an air so cold that it was like stepping outside in the winter night with just shorts on. It was very cold air. Now, the outside temperature was about 60 degrees and had been warm for several days. The house wasn't cold when I stepped in. But this cold air that hit me started to slowly move up my lower legs. Now, as this took place, my lower left leg, just above the ankle, began to feel as if I was being eaten up by fire ants. But there were no ants. I asked out loud, "If you're doing that to me, please stop because it hurts." And after asking several times and explaining that I was not there to do anything to the house or property within it, the burning stopped, but that very cold air remained. I made my intentions very clear and never moved further into the house. I asked the usual questions and panned to my left and to my right, capturing each room off to my sides and the staircase that was directly in front of me. Just as I stated that I was going to leave and would maybe come back someday, I observed with the naked eye a misty apparition cross in front of me from right to left. I was by myself. I wasn't smoking. There was no fog or mist outside to somehow come into the house and move through the rooms. The house sits about 900 feet from the roadway and the door does not face the road. So it was not a reflection from a car and there were no other houses close by. The feeling that accompanied this dark and ominous and definitely did not feel friendly or welcoming. I've been to many cemeteries and other places over the years and have never witnessed anything like it. I'm somewhat skeptical and always try to debunk anything that I get. This one has me speechless. I'll definitely be locating the owner and attempting to get permission for an investigation. This past week has been one for which I would prefer to forget. Christmas was the worst one for me ever in my life and will never be forgotten. I grew up without having a close relationship with my father, and I didn't get to see a lot of him because of his job. At age 10, he and my mother divorced, and further damage was done to the relationship. It was rocky between us until I turned 16 and got my license. I started to see more of him, and we began to get closer. By age 18 or 19, we were taken off to go on hunting trips and fishing, and I discovered that Mom had not always been truthful about my dad. Several years prior to the divorce, they bought an old farmhouse and at a very good price. My father remodeled the whole house over the years, and it was nice, but there was always this feeling that something was not quite right. I would get the creeps as a child, and I would never step foot in the cellar. It scared the hell out of me. Some years later, though, I discovered why they got it at such a good price. The elderly couple that sold it had lost their only son. He'd been sent to Vietnam, and after returning home, he was like a lot of vets from that war era. Apparently, things became too much for the poor guy, and he went to the cellar and shot himself with a rifle. About 2 years ago, me and Dad had sort of a falling out and had not spoken during this time. This was stupidity on both our parts. I've been trying to get up the nerve to stop or knock on the door, but part of his trouble was at his age, he was having some mental issues and did not always remember who people were, and had a history of meeting people at the door with a gun, so I'd been putting it off. On December 22nd, 2022, I decided to man up and go knock on the door, to put an end to the madness. Now, he had remarried in 1989 and had a daughter, my half-sister, but there was no closeness between me and them, although I'd always liked my stepmom and thought she was a good person. As I drove back the lane to the house, something felt way off, heavy and oppressively dark. Thought it was just my nerves. When the house came into full view, I had a bad feeling. There were no cars there. Everything looked abandoned. When I went up to the door, there was no noise or response when I knocked on the door, but I felt as if someone was watching me. I walked around to the kitchen patio door, and when I looked inside the door, my stomach fell out of me. It was empty, and the interior was gutted. I was able to get in the house, and was taking video with my iPhone to document the conditions, and it was at this point that I knew my father was gone. By gone, I mean he had passed away. I could hear a voice telling me, "He's gone, you're too late." And admittedly, I was feeling totally devastated and out of it. I went through the entire house until I reached the cellar steps. Under any other circumstances, I would never have went into that cellar, especially when I was there alone and absolutely nobody knew I was there. But I felt like something was pulling at me to walk down those steps to the darkness. There's no power on in the house, and I had no flashlight with me, just the one on my phone. So I started down the steps, not feeling any fear at the moment, not until I reached the cellar and turned to my left. I was then hit so hard, it felt as if I had to gasp for air just to get anything into my lungs. The level of fear went from 0 to 10 instantly. On my phone screen, I could see several bright orbs come at me and stop directly in front of me for several seconds, then turned and went back to where they came from. But after that, it was solid orbs and anomalies swarming all around me. Now, there were no open windows or doors, no fans, and it was colder in there than it was outside, which was about 30 degrees, and it had been way cold for weeks. I could hear whispers, and at one point, talking that was loud enough I thought someone had walked into the house. I confronted what I had suspected was in that cellar for all these years, and was met with very loud slams and bangs. Upon going back upstairs, the slams and banging continued. I told it that I wasn't afraid of it anymore, and that I would be back. After going back outside, a vehicle pulled in. Came to find out it was the new owner. He had just taken possession of the house December 8th from my stepmom. Come to find out through this kind stranger, my dad had passed away several months ago. He died of an evil that needs to be abolished. Cancer. My stepmom had told nobody. My aunts didn't even know that he had passed away. Nobody in the family knew. She placed the house for sale after selling his '57 Ford and gun collection, and apparently everything else and her and my half-sister had gone into the wind. The listing with the realtor said that the seller refused to have a for sale sign placed on the property. I believe what is in that house harassed my father for years, and influenced many things, and may have influenced her actions as well. Since I was at the house, things have begun to occur in my home, more than usual, so I'm documenting everything. 3 years ago, I was told by 2 different psychics that I had an attachment that I had picked up from a childhood home, and that they felt it had influenced or attempted to influence someone to take their own life. They were absolutely 100% correct. So basically, it had started way before this, when I was around 8 or 9. The first time I had sleep paralysis, it was in the apartment I was living in, where I had fallen asleep during the day after school to rest. It was a bunk bed, because I see weird stories about these. Anyways, I suddenly opened my eyes, and in front of me, I clearly see a woman dressed as a nurse, holding a goddamn syringe in her hand, and looking at me straight in the eyes. She sprayed the syringe around a bit, and then I woke up, terrified to death. Anyways, a while after that, I kept having random scary dreams, but not any paralysis. However, back in 2017-18, not sure of the year exactly, I started experiencing sleep paralysis again. It started with somebody breathing close to my face, and then somebody hovering above me during the night. Then I kept seeing small kids entering my apartment, and all the weirdest shit you can imagine. And let me emphasize that this kept on going for around 20 days to a month. Basically, whenever I was going to fall asleep, I knew I'd have sleep paralysis and was prepared for it. One night, I remember I had it and then woke up and was so tired that I fell asleep and then had it again. Twice in a goddamn night. Anyways, I was looking around trying to find a way to get rid of it because it was tiring and exhausting me, and then came upon a video of this Islamic preacher. I am Muslim, by the way. However, all the prayers to that point before sleeping somehow didn't help me. And this guy simply said this: whenever you experience sleep paralysis, simply wake up, clean yourself, and wait for the morning prayer. And just pray. Background story why the prayer. We Muslims believe jinns attack us at night and cause sleep paralysis, so they do not like prayer and whatever is related to it. So basically, the day I heard this, I went to sleep. And of course, once again, as expected, the lovely jinn woke me up. I got up and did wudu and waited for like an hour or two, the morning prayer. Funny thing was, I went into the bathroom and the damn shower head fell down by itself, without me touching it, and broke. Believe me or not, I know it sounds weird. Anyways, I prayed and fell asleep. It's been a couple of years now, and no sleep paralysis until now. I had some weird dreams, but they're nothing compared to the sleep paralysis. Our family consists of me, my mom, and my stepfather. We moved to a different state, which is located in India. I was 11 years old at the time. We were doing pretty well financially, but had to move back to Hyderabad again. During our time of moving back in, our parents were arranging transport. I was sent to my grandma's house so I wouldn't get in their way. During the process of transporting, my mom noticed weird noises coming from our house, so she went upstairs to check. While she was looking, she noticed a bright white light figure sitting in a chair in our balcony. So she took out her phone and started recording it. The ghostly figure immediately disappeared. She told about this incident to my father, who immediately denied it, saying it's just her imagination. My mom then showed the video she recorded, and then he couldn't believe his eyes, but he was still a bit skeptical, as he doesn't believe in ghosts. It came to Hyderabad, and we moved into a really nice penthouse. Lived there happily for 3 years. We had to move house again due to being financially unstable. My father found out about a villa that was available for rent. Up to that point, I've never lived in a villa, so I was pretty excited about it. We went to check the house. It was pretty decent to look at for the most part, except for the paint. We decided to move in anyway. Things were pretty okay for the first 2 weeks. One day, my mom was watering the plants in our backyard. Our neighbour noticed my mom and started pretty casual conversation. During it, our neighbour asked my mom, "Is everything alright in that house?" To which my mom replied saying, "Yes, we actually really love the house." Then our neighbour lady asks my mom if there was any weird activity going on in the house. My mom, who was a bit surprised, asks why. Then the lady says that she notices weird noises coming out of the room that's facing her house. She says that our backyard light just randomly flickers and turns on and off, despite being empty for over a year. The lady says that the reason the previous tenant relocated was due to some paranormal activities that happened in the house. My mom was surprised to learn this, but she didn't discuss this with me nor my dad. A few days later, I started hearing footsteps in our attic. Objects randomly falling off the shelf for no reason. I remember one time, our dog just randomly barked at empty stairs. She got so spooked that her hair stood up. A few days later, on one fine evening, I was chilling in my room, going through social media, and then suddenly my room door suddenly shut so loud and fast that I had a mini heart attack from it. At first, I thought it was my mom being a regular old angry Asian woman that was mad at me for not studying. So I opened the door and went to check in her room, but she wasn't inside. I searched the entire house, but she wasn't at home at all. I knew the only other place at that time she could be, so I went outside to find my mom, where I saw her feeding street dogs at the end of our street. So I went up to her and asked why she was mad. Then she said, "Why would I be angry at you? For no reason." Then I asked why she slammed the door so hard, to which she replied that she wasn't home at all for an hour. When I heard that, I was terrified. Then I explained what happened, to which she replied saying it's just wind. I couldn't convince her. I didn't want to go back into my house. Things from here got really chaotic. A few days later, our sink in our bathroom just randomly collapsed. The very next day, our backyard window just broke into tiny pieces, despite no wind at all that day. I started noticing weird sounds of a crying woman coming out of our upper hall. Plates in our kitchen would randomly fall from the shelf and make huge noise. Started to notice there were like 1,000,000 cockroaches in the house. They were all over the house, and sometimes the house would smell like dead dogs. From here, my dad started noticing that things are not well in the house. He started noticing the paranormal activities are going on. One day, he reported saying he saw a shadowy figure in our dining room. I'm starting to fear staying in this new apartment any longer. Ever since I moved, everything's been going good and fine, especially because we left this other apartment, which was filled with terrible, dark and demonic energy. Now I'm starting to think that it's back, and this energy found its way back to us. It's sad, because it feels very much real, and is generally hard to avoid and get rid of. I've been trying to avoid a few people I've known from the past from coming over, but couldn't, since they're not my people, nor do I have any say in this. These are my mother's friends, and I've been warning her and reminding her about how badly affected we'll be again, based on past events and experiences. Lately and recently, I've been seeing black shadows, constantly moving at random. I've been seeing doors in the house randomly opening and closing, and this has nothing to do with the wind. I've been constantly looking around as if there's someone in the house or someone near me, even though I'm completely alone. Just me and my mother living there. I found a few things that I had to immediately throw away. A tooth while I was cleaning, and no, this doesn't belong to anyone in the household, especially with its shape and size. Nobody else I know has a missing tooth either, I checked. Besides that, this tooth was never there to begin with ever since I moved in, since I've always been cleaning and rearranging the furniture anyway. More and more cats appear in front of me and my doorway. They're not even as scared. They just sit there and watch me with no reaction, and it freaks me out. Strangers appear in front of the doorway in the apartment, constantly staring and running away, hiding whenever they catch me finding them. Plates, cups, and other random items falling apart and breaking at random times, even without having them slip, which again, I find very strange. The other day, a ceramic player broke without it being moved or touched. A huge crack, and that's it. It's worse when things just started falling all over the house anyhow. Even with the pipes in the sewer department, the explosion of water and so on. Scares me too, and how aggressive it gets. This happened to me and my siblings when we were very young, but the memory is very vivid. This was the most intense paranormal experience I've had in my life. Just wanted to get it out there. To start, the house we lived in at the time was definitely haunted. My sister told me much later on that she would hear someone walking up the stairs, and then a shadowy figure would stand in a doorway. I heard the steps back then, but I'd always assumed it was just her walking around. She didn't tell much about it later, as she didn't want to scare me. The house was very creepy at night. I always felt a profound sense of being watched whenever I'd go past certain spots. It was completely different when I would go back home to Mom's house. I wasn't afraid of the dark, and I would still get up at night to go to the bathroom, but it always felt very scary to do so, and I would hurry as fast as possible. On to the actual story. I was 10, big sister 13 and little brother 8. I begged my older sister to let us play with a little Ouija board keychain toy she had, because I was fascinated by ghosts and the supernatural. I wasn't scared of ghosts at all. In fact, I loved them a lot, and only thought they were interesting. It took a lot of convincing, but eventually she agreed to play with the board. We all sat down at the kitchen table, and my sister and I put our fingers on the planchette and asked if anyone was there, to which it almost immediately said yes. We spent some time arguing that the other was definitely moving it, and just asking some benign questions I don't remember. After a bit, we started getting scared, so we said, let's stop. The planchette immediately and harshly moved to no, and we instantly pulled our hands back. As soon as we did, we all heard this horrible screeching or scream, one that did not sound human at all. We each describe it a bit differently, but we all heard it at once. We ran so fast to the other room, where we all sat huddled on the couch for a long time. Finally, I asked if anyone else heard that, to which we all just nodded. We stayed that way for hours, until my dad came home. We didn't tell him about it, and nothing really came of it, but it was so terrifying that to this day, recalling it gives me chills. I feel creeped out even typing this. I'm staying at my friend's house in Tennessee over winter break, and tonight I helped her feed the neighbours' dogs because they were out of town. Her house is in a somewhat rural area, with clusters of homes kind of spread across fields, forest and lake areas, all very beautiful and lots of wildlife. Anyways, it's about 9 p.m. and it's way past sunset. It's quite dark, and we're walking the short distance from the neighbour's house back to hers. We're on a road, but directly next to us is a small woods sloping down into the lake. I'm a little nervous about it, so I make a joke like, that forest is kind of creeping me out. Imagine if there's a skinwalker in there. She laughs and gobbles like a turkey loudly into the forest. I jokingly say, don't do that, it'll attract one. And not even 5 seconds later, we hear an identical gobble back to us from the forest. It was definitely not an echo, and there was no light in there. No paths, and it was very cold, like 30 degrees. I can't imagine anyone would be out there. I just remember saying, oh my god, then sprinting as fast as I could back to the house. I don't think I've ever run so fast or meaningfully. I didn't turn back and was so out of breath. My friend thought the whole thing was funny, but it was so freaky. Does anyone know what this was? Maybe it was just a turkey, or someone trying to be funny. We built our house brand new about 3.5 years ago. We're the original owners, and there haven't been any deaths within the house. Most of the things that have happened we either chose to completely ignore or explain. Recently, things have been escalating to where we can't really explain and are wondering what could possibly cause this. About a year into living here, we would hear knocking on our bedroom or closet windows. Our camera didn't catch anything, but we said it's probably the wind or bushes. Then hats started falling off the hangers on the wall. We attributed it to probably them becoming loose on the hangers or air conditioning, but couldn't prove either. We recently had a baby and set up a monitor that has audio and visual capabilities, along with recording and playback. While the baby and we were sleeping, we woke up to a loud knocking through her monitor to shave and a haircut. We called the cops and our neighbours who have cameras pointed that way. They said they heard it too. Their dog started barking, but caught nothing on camera. All we have is a sound recording of it as well. The cops searched the entire area and didn't find anything. We just tried to tell ourselves it was some kids in the neighbourhood that somehow didn't set off any cameras. While the baby was sleeping in a crib around 11:30 p.m, I was sleeping in my bed, and my husband was watching a movie on the couch. He heard the bedroom door to our daughter's room open. He heard the handle, the squeak of the door opening, the squeak of the door closing, and then the click of the door lock. He woke me up. We searched the whole house, We couldn't find anything. All we have is a loud recording from the baby monitor. Yesterday, around 11 to 11:30 p.m, we again heard someone knocking on the window to shave and a haircut. At this point, we've set up enough cameras that we wouldn't have any blind spots. We couldn't catch anything. What could possibly explain this in a new house? We don't dabble with Ouija boards or anything of the sort. I just want to know where we can begin to research and begin to explain this. I was 11 years old and in 6th grade when this happened. So in my school, we used to water some plants around our building every afternoon before going home. We had to get those 1-litre containers. We had to go to the garden in the grade 5 building, to the water pump. We have to individually go back and forth 3 to 5 times before having tasks done. As me and my classmates were lined up, I told my friend I'll get more containers, just so I can finish up later. I went back to our building, and as I was picking containers, I saw my friend also come. We were the only ones out there, so I asked her if she wanted to get containers too. But she was just silent. She just continued to walk up the stairs and into our classroom. I tried to follow her up, but stopped in the middle of the stairs, since I remembered I have to do some watering. When I came back to the garden, I was surprised to see my friend, the same one I just saw in our building, so I said, "Hey, you got here really fast." Her face had this confused look. She replied to me that she never went out of the line. I told her what happened, but she just laughed. I didn't really press the topic anymore, since I don't like being pushy. To this day, I'm still wondering what could have happened to me if I followed that doppelganger into our classroom. So back when I was around 14 to 17 years old, I was living with my aunt in an apartment, and our neighbours told us that there was a murder in the apartment next to us, where a drug addict killed his wife due to jealousy, and him getting killed by his wife's family. When we moved in there was a bunch of stuff happening at night, like the door getting knocked or rattled from being forced entry, and we actually have a gate, so every time we check the windows there's no one there, etc. When we learned the backstory of the apartment, I kinda got scared, and there's always a glimpse of white shadow of a woman passing through the tables or walls. She's a kind ghost or spirit, though doesn't scare me, but does like to scare my friends when they mock her. We call her best friend. When my aunt got the apartment to be blessed by a priest, she may have accepted us a bit. We always do offerings for her, lighting a candle and foods, and sometimes we get blessing. And the two terrifying experiences I had was when I woke up around 3 a.m, because I heard a crash around my wardrobe. I immediately got up, went to my aunt's room, and I remember my aunt waking up wearing all black, asking what I was doing, to which I replied, "I'm scared." Then she got up, went straight to the bathroom. I kinda calmed down and didn't wait for my aunt to come back, so I went in my room, I took my phone out of the charger and put it next to me. Then I slept. So when lunch came, I told her what happened, and she said I don't remember that happening, and told me she was wearing a blue shirt and pink shorts, not all black. She joked that maybe I was dreaming, but I wasn't sure, because if I did, then my phone should have still been charging. Still creeps me out when I remember it. And the second time was when it was raining and power suddenly went out. It was an early afternoon. I was playing on my laptop. Aunt called me into her room and told me to pull out the refrigerator's plug. As I got out of her room, the door to the dirty kitchen was open, and I saw a black shadow of a man, and all I felt was terror. I actually screamed and cried and went back inside the room yelling, "There's a man," repeatedly. When my aunt checked, there was nothing. And the dirty kitchen was no other entry other than the dining room, so it really scared the crap out of me. Either those spirits really liked to scare me because I was young and a scaredy cat, or were those like the evil ones? I don't know. And ever since I learned to ignore them, because my aunt told me that the more they see I'm scared, the more they'll show themselves. For some context, I'm an adult now, This is one of many stories I have that can borderline on paranormal, given after many years I had thought about the things I experienced and finally came to a conclusion there was no other possible explanation except for paranormal activity of some form. When I was a kid, I had a heavy imagination. Probably no thanks to my mother, who would tell me stories of fae that lived in the mushrooms and in small nooks and crannies in our trailer. For reference, we live in South Georgia. When I was about 5 years old and started having some memories, I remember playing with a little girl with dishwater blonde hair and always had a purple coat, pants and hat on. She had a smile that always made me feel safe and happy as a kid. Around the times I saw her, she appeared to be my age. It was very unsettling, because I would always see her, but I would never see her mom or anyone else when neighbourhood people would show up. It was like she disappeared. There was one incident I was thinking about this morning, scrolling through this community. This incident happened before I began school, kindergarten, and she gave me a green mint. My mom was worried when I was eating the mint because she didn't know who gave it to me, and she didn't believe me that Kyla came up to the door and gave it to me. Instead, she thought a stranger did. When school started, I was excited when I saw Kyla in my class. But when the first day of school ended, she took my hand and told me I was the best friend she ever had, and she thanked me. And when I blinked, she was gone, and there were other kids asking me who I was talking to. Nobody saw or even knew of a Kyla in my kindergarten class, and I can't find any stories in my hometown that may have implied she existed at all. Has anyone else experienced this? How did it make you feel? In my mid-20s, I had a job that I had to travel 50 weeks a year for. I loved it. On the way to Newnan, Georgia once, I stopped at a friend's house for a visit because I hadn't seen him in years. This particular friend had a very alternative lifestyle and dabbled in a lot of things. While at their house, I was very uncomfortable. I've always been in tune with my spirit, and it was in an uproar in this house. I couldn't even sit down. I stood the entire time and made up an excuse as to why I had to leave earlier than planned. That night, I got settled into my hotel room and began to doze with the TV on, which I rarely do. As I'm dozing, I can tell I'm not alone. I look to the foot of my bed and see a dark figure, tall, lanky, with long fingers that come to a point. The figure begins to pace in front of the bed, dragging those long fingers across the comforter as it paces. It was teasing me. I couldn't move. It felt like sleep paralysis, but while I could talk, I couldn't move. Suddenly, it crouched down as if it were going to pounce on me, so I closed my eyes as I felt something jump on the bed. I began to pray aloud and something told me to call out my friend's name. I did, and told him he couldn't have my soul. I just knew to say that. I continued to pray. It got still and quiet. I opened my eyes, and it was gone. I can't explain it, but something within me knew it came from my friend's house. I had an incident with the same friend years later that confirmed it. That's a crazy story as well. I don't know what it was, but it never came back. This has been happening to me often, but yesterday was the scariest it happened. It's called sleep paralysis. When you're just starting to fall asleep, you suddenly feel like something is attacking you physically while you're sleeping, but you cannot move or scream for help. You're aware of everything that's happening. And from my experience, the best way to get out of it is to focus on trying to move even a finger. It will break the paralysis and you'll regain control over your body. And woke up in the middle of the night in total shock of what just happened. But yesterday it happened, the worst time it's happened to me. I literally saw 3 shadowy figures looking straight at me, like they were examining me when it was happening. And I remember that exact moment and the amount of fear I was in knowing what was happening, but can't do anything about it. I did eventually wake up after a few seconds, but was in absolute shock. I can still remember the figures to now, I'm genuinely scared of sleeping now. Not sure why this is happening, as never in my life have I previously encountered such instances. As of now, I'm 17, and I've been seeking answers for a lot of unexplainable things. But one sticks out to me in particular from the first few years of my life. I don't remember much of my early years, which is fairly normal, but I have vivid memories of being watched and scared by who I called the Rock Ladies. I'll provide a detailed description, but the fact that I remember them so clearly still freaks me out. I know they weren't all in my little child noggin, because I could see and feel them. One of them was about 6'7", the other was around 5'6", and had little to no body fat whatsoever. They were both white, with flesh and bones resembling that of a flying squirrel on their arms. The flesh connecting from their arms to chest was always ripped and tattered. They would try to talk with me, but I never understood. By that age, I spoke sentences well on my own, so I knew that what they were speaking was not English. I can't describe what it sounded like, and nor do I wish to remember. The most prominent things, though, were the plethora of rocks lodged into their skin. They had little to no hair and eyes that bulged out, plus the smile of a chain smoker. But the rocks were the freakiest part. They varied in size, and the women were absolutely covered in them. Never did I see them with any clothes on either. In my childhood home, my room was a corridor across from my parents', and I can vividly recall trying to get through the corridor at night to sleep with them because the Rock Ladies were freaking me out. They'd scare me deliberately, and when I would sleep on my parents' floor, they would stand over me and just watch. They went away around sunrise every morning. They stopped appearing to me when I was around 4.5. I haven't seen them again, but it haunts me like crazy. I'm a total magnet for weird shit to go down. I've seen and experienced things I wish I could explain, but all of which I've been able to let go of, even if they were objectively scarier than the ladies. I have no ideas nor answers. They only touched me a few times, but the feeling I would describe was feeling like when they touched, it would feel like ragged wood was being probed against me. They also had far more joints than the average person and could extend parts of their hands and necks. When I was about 6 or so in the early 90s, I shared a room with my younger brother, who would have been 4 at this time. For a clearer picture, we had a detachable bunk bed. During this time, they were detached, and one bed was at one wall of the room, with the other across it. There was a space of about 5 feet in between. There was a window right by the foot of my bed that was covered by light curtains that let dim moonlight in, just enough to be able to see object silhouettes. One night, well into the night when everyone had long gone to bed, I awoke to hear my brother whimpering. I thought to myself, let's get up to see what's wrong with my brother. Just as my muscles were contracting as I made the move to get up, I looked ahead and saw a figure sit up at the foot of the bed, as if they were on my bed. I could see the silhouette of a man with short hair. He whispered, "Who is it?" I laid there completely frozen in fear, breathing as silently and slowly as I could to not alert this figure of my presence. I remember being soaked in sweat and not blinking until the sun came up. For some reason, I felt ashamed to tell my parents about this. By this time, I was already obsessed with horror movies, so I thought that they would blame this on the movies and prohibit me from watching them. I eventually told them, and my mom said I needed to pray. The next situation took place in the same room. My mom asked me as a teenager if I remember telling her about the man with no legs. She said that maybe a year before the other incident, I had told her that I had seen an old man with long white hair sitting on my bed. The man was missing his legs from the knee down. She said I told her that the man spoke to me, but I don't recall what he said. This time, we had an uncle and his family living with us. His daughter was about 5 or 6 at the time, and they were using my old bedroom, where the other incidents had taken place. My mom was a little spooked by what she told me next. She said that my aunt told her that my cousin saw an old man with long hair and no legs sitting on the bed. She also mentioned that the man spoke to her, but don't remember what they said. This freaked me out a bit. I haven't spoken to my family about this for years, but I want to bring it back up to get more details. What do you all think? When I was about 11 or 12, I was staying at my friend's house for the night. I was sleeping in their spare room adjacent to the stairs. As a kid, I used to sleep with the door open, so I left the door open as usual and went to bed that night. There was light bleeding from their living room and lounge from their TV, so the stairway opposite my room was dimly lit. Not completely dark, and I could still make out the colour and detail of wall pictures, etc. About an hour after laying in bed facing the wall, as I usually did, I turned around and saw my friend's mother standing on the middle of the stairs, so I could see only her upper torso. She was staring at me with a completely emotionless and blank expression. I could make out the clothes she was wearing, the direction her hair was angled, and everything in pretty good detail, considering the lighting. She was staring at me directly in my eyes, and I was staring back mainly because I felt really uneasy, considering I was a child sleeping in bed, and didn't want to take my eyes off her in case something happened. After about 10 minutes, I decided to get up and go and see what she wanted. It was only about 6 feet from the door of my room to where she was standing, and by the time I got to the top of the stairs, she had just gone. Literally, like she just manifested into thin air before my eyes. I never took my eyes off her once except to blink. Confused, I went downstairs to see if she was there, and she was just watching TV in the lounge with her husband, so I went back to bed. About an hour later, I woke up feeling the same uneasiness, and I looked out the door, and she was there again, and this event repeated itself. After this one, I fell asleep until the morning. I've never experienced anything like this, and I've seen a lot over the years. This is freaking me out a bit. So on Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, around 2 AM or so, I heard 3 very loud knocks on the front door. Dogs didn't bark, and my little one barked at everything. I shot up out of bed, looked around through the window, and didn't see anything. Cue to last night, around 2 AM or so, I heard 3 more heavy loud knocks at the front door. This time it was loud enough for my niece and her boyfriend to hear, almost like it was right next to their room. They shot up and went out the bedroom door and did a property check. No one was there. No one was walking down the street. Nothing. This is the second time within 3 days. The next time will be Tuesday into Wednesday night, if we're keeping it within the 3-day mark. We have the door and windows lined with salt and have protection symbols under the doormats, and on the doors themselves, we take all precautions. I did think it might be the pipes or a rodent, but my boyfriend ruled that out, as he said it was too loud to be either. We are getting a Ring camera and other security cameras in the near future. In the meantime, this is freaking me out, and I'm getting a bad vibe off it. I mean, really nasty vibe. My instincts tells me this is not a human doing this, rodent or pipes. But what do you all think? We moved about 4 months ago into a temporary place while we built our forever home. This is an older single wide trailer that has been updated inside. It's cheaper, so it helps with building expenses. Anyways, my son's room is on the one end of the trailer and ours on the other. We frequently go to the bathroom throughout the night next to his room. Several times now, we've gone to use the restroom and heard my son giggling and talking to himself. In complete darkness. By himself. Sometimes you can hear what he's saying. That tickles. You're funny, etc. Now my significant other says he's heard him around 3 or 4 AM most times. I've heard him around 5 or 6 AM. My son stays with my ex-husband half the week, and when my son isn't here, we've heard things from his room. My significant other has heard giggles and muffled talking. Toys randomly come on. However, we always find logical reasons to dismiss it. That being said, this morning, my son told me there's a boy in his room and he tickles him. Totally freaked me out. Backstory on my son? He's 5 years old and is diagnosed with autism. He was non-verbal until last year. We struggle with complex conversations, so asking him to describe what he sees just doesn't work well yet. He's a very happy, loving child. Since moving, he seems to be acting the same. Just these issues at night where he's awake, which is causing him to be sleepy during the day. So, ghost? Imaginary friend? Just hoping someone has had a similar situation. Our home is projected to be done in September, so we'll be here for several more months.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
I had an experience years ago that really freaked me out. I've always been skeptical of ghosts and similar phenomena, and I'm not religious. But this is one of the oddest things I've ever experienced. Years ago, probably around 2014, I was visiting my family in Colorado. That side of my family is into the paranormal, especially ghosts. Something we do when we meet up is use a ghost box, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. For those who aren't, it's a radio that scans across channels very quickly and supposedly picks up the voices of spirits. Not the most technical definition, but just to cover the basics. Anyways, we decided to use it one night, but didn't have anything interesting happen. So we instead decided to swap ghost stories in the backyard, which I always enjoy. Well, about half an hour into our discussion, my brother starts feeling nauseous. He's saying weird things and acting possessed, which I thought was a cheesy joke. He's pretty funny usually, so I knew something was wrong when the joke was going on for too long. Besides, our interests in the paranormal are typically limited to ghost stories, tarot readings, and energy. Needless to say, this was not in our wheelhouse of typical or expected outcomes. My aunt decided to cleanse the area with some sage, but he was saying it smelled like burning bodies, which isn't the most comforting thing to hear. Some time goes by, and he feels more normal, but still nauseous. At this moment, suddenly, there was a blue ball of light across the yard and past their fence, into their alleyway. I saw the light lower slowly towards the ground, shrinking as it descended. Descended seems to be the proper word, as it didn't seem to be falling, as it was much too slow. The ball of light got smaller and smaller until it touched the ground, remained stationary for a few seconds, then went out. There was no noise, and it seemed to just pop up out of nowhere. Nobody said a word until it was over, which is when we started freaking out all over again. We searched the next morning for anything that could have caused the light, but there was nothing. We have a few brain cells between the few of us, and ruled out flashlights, flares, reflections, etc. My aunt and cousin claimed to be more sensitive to energy, and stated that it was quite intense during the experience. Any thoughts on what this could have been? I can't remember if it had been storming, but maybe it was ball lightning. No clue. Please feel free to share below. We still have no idea what happened that night. I was a Marine and deployed with the 11th MEU on the Ballo Wood. At one point, I ended up getting assigned to work with the Navy ship supply, I think it was. I worked for them for a month during the day, with nothing unusual happening. At the end of the month, I volunteered to work for them for another month if I could work the one night shift spot. They agreed. And since no other Marines wanted to get faked out to work for the Navy, I got the spot. Basically, that meant that any time any section needed a part at night, I went to get it from one of the many storage rooms throughout the ship. There came to be 3 storage rooms I preferred, not going to. C, CA, and CB. They were by far the biggest storage rooms and in the bowels of the ship, which are supposed to be completely sealed from the rest of the ship, other than the one path you take to get to them to prevent flooding in the event of a hull breach. Yet in what was perhaps the most isolated part of the ship, I would hear voices and other indications of movement in other close-by areas of those storage rooms. The first few times I would call out asking who was there, never receiving a reply, or investigate the noises, which sounded like someone else doing the same job I was, moving things around, either storing sorting or retrieving parts, never finding anything out of place. Eventually, I just pretended I didn't hear anything and got in and out as fast as possible. At the end of my second month, on my last day, I casually, jokingly said something like, "By the way, I'm pretty sure C, CA, and CB are haunted." All the Navy personnel in the room just kept looking at me and nodded and verbally agreed that it was. I'm still very skeptical of ghosts or any kind of afterlife, but I still can't explain what I experience. Around 10 or 15 years ago, me and a friend were driving down River Road when some winged creature swooped the hood of my car, surrounding and blocking both the windshield and wrapping around to the passenger and driver side windows, and then disappeared. As we're driving, I'm telling her this story about the sleep paralysis demon I saw in a dream. It looked like a winged demon made out of molten stone with red eyes, trapped behind a stone prison that it escapes and chases me. It's dark out, maybe 9 or 10 p.m. And as I'm telling this story, as we drive under a large willow tree, and something drops out of the sky and swoops the hood of my car, filling the entire windshield, wrapping around to my side windows with wings. My friend screams and I stop the car. I remember it now as an owl with feathery wings, but part of me remembers red eyes, black fleshy wings and a human face. But I'm not sure if that's just because of what images were already running around in my head when it happened, as I was telling the story. There are owls where I was wondering if maybe that's something owls do. Swoop headlights or something. But there are no owls that would be large enough to explain what I saw. Just barn owls, and I've seen them before. So I wouldn't say I'm a believer, nor would I say I'm a skeptic either. I'd say there's been plenty of things science has yet to prove or disprove, and whether or not there are other beings beyond what we can see are real. And I've had plenty of weird experiences happen along the way that I can easily explain rationally. Half asleep and felt hands caressing my face. Oh, probably some form of sleep paralysis. Creepy feeling like something has been watching me. It's a common feeling that anyone would feel if they've been alone a lot. Figure at the foot of my bed. Again, sleep paralysis, or maybe something my mind just conjured from lack of sleep. But I can't seem to find a rational explanation for this particular experience that happened years ago at my parents' place. So just for context, my parents live in a pretty big house, and I've always felt a little off whenever I visit, but I've usually ignored the feeling. As a teenager and young adult before I moved out, I usually conduct my studying and work in the guest dining room. A little more private and quiet than my own room. It has a large wooden dining table, the sort with heavy glass on top, and it can fit around 10 people around it. So this happened a few years ago in the middle of the night. I was in the dining room. The air conditioning was on. I had a jug of water next to me. My laptop was on. My partner called me and I left the room to speak with him. I switched off the air conditioning, but when I returned not longer than 30 minutes later, I sat on my chair and rested my elbows on the glass of the table to get back to work. But then the glass started sliding, and before I knew it, a gush of water splashed on top of my lap. I jolted and removed my things to see that the entire table was filled with water in between the glass and table. I looked at my jug of water. There's still the same level of water there. Needless to say, I was freaked out. I removed my things and went to get my parents. It took all three of us to remove the heavy glass and took some time to remove all the water. My parents, for some reason, thought I had somehow placed the water there and were upset that it happened. It wasn't until later that day that this event came back to me and goosebumps appeared all over my arms thinking about it. How on earth did that much water get there? So I tried my hardest to find an explanation, and here's some that I can come up with. A. Condensation. Perhaps switching off the air conditioning helped create the right environment to cause enough condensation but water overflowed underneath. But not only is this implausible, but never has this ever happened before or after the incident. B. I had a psychotic breakdown which led me to splashing water there with the jug of water. But again, the water was still in the jug, and I was a pretty physically weak person, so there's no way I'd have removed the glass to be able to splash water onto it. Keep in mind, the water was all over the table, not in one corner. C. My parents did it when I was away. But why? D. The water was already there and built up over time from condensation, but then I'd notice it before. I was in the dining room for hours before this incident. No way I wouldn't have noticed this. No matter how I tried to rationalize this incident with myself, I couldn't find an explanation. Everyone I've told this to has said this is probably something paranormal. I've had other experiences in my parents' home, but again, all I could explain, except for this. I was in 5th grade. We were in class upstairs, and there was a huge storm outside. Everybody had a chill when lightning struck. The lightning was getting closer and closer. I was fascinated by it, especially because I was sitting near the window. Then, a lot of lightning started to strike at the same time, and a big one was really close to us. This big lightning was really, really strange. It enlightened us for a whole second, and I could have seen some sort of white hole, almost like a breach in space. I saw it for a whole second too. I asked my school friend who was sitting next to me, "Have you seen this, the white hole?" He was affirmative. My younger self liked to imagine it was some sort of a dimensional breach for some creatures to come into our world. Every time since I heard someone talking about a paranormal event, I'm like, maybe the responsible for this event come from that breach. Of course, I don't believe it, but it's a fun theory. I visited the cemetery with a couple of friends in the spring of 2017. We arrived there around 6:30 p.m, parked at the small lot across the road from the cemetery, and made our way over. I was in a photography class at the time and brought a school-issued camera with me to take pictures. Walking into the cemetery felt sort of overwhelming, like we had walked into a lively party where everyone suddenly went quiet and stared at us, even though we were the only ones there. I took some pictures in the cemetery, and after a while we decided to walk deeper into the woods. This would turn out to be a mistake. After the three of us walked along the creek, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that was settling in, despite it still being pretty light out, and due to it being early spring, the leaves hadn't yet grown back, so we could see pretty far in every direction. Something that still creeps me out about this place is the lack of sound. I listened for the chirps and scurries of wild animals, but the only sound in the woods was our footsteps in the leaves in the creek. My camera, fully charged, died a few times, and when I turned it back on, it still had full battery. We came across multiple round clearings in the woods. There were rumours of dark magic and rituals taking place here, so at the time I attributed it to that. There was a picnic bench in one of the clearings, and I took a picture of my friends on my cell phone, standing on the bench part. They were smiling when I took the photo, but when I looked at it, their faces were distorted. My female friend appeared sad and scared, while my male friend appeared angry, but they were perfectly fine. A few minutes after taking that picture, my phone mysteriously went missing, and we searched all over the area until the sun started to go down, and we realised we needed to get the hell out of there. We ditched the phone, and my female friend managed to lead us out. As we were leaving, I saw a completely black shadow figure with a brimmed hat, walking parallel to us, maybe 10 feet into the woods. He was walking through dense woods and made no sound. I have no idea why I didn't react to this at the moment, but when I asked my male friend about this later, he said he saw it too. When we got back to my house, some unfortunate events went down with my family that were most likely inevitable, but I think the energy I brought back certainly could have contributed. When I brought the camera to my room, the energy seemed to shift, and I saw several figures and anomalies as I scrolled through the photos. I deleted them all right then. Everything felt more normal after that. though the energy in my living room where the family thing happened was off until we moved out. Even my completely skeptical mother admitted that the lighting looked wrong and things felt off in that room after this. I'm still interested in haunted places and the paranormal, but this experience made me more wary of these things. I'm not really sure if this would be considered a paranormal story per se, but nothing else really makes sense. Let me explain. My family would go camping every chance we got. The place we'd always go had no natural predators, at least nothing bigger than a fox. My dad specifically chose this spot so us kids, me and my two siblings, could frolic through the woods without having to worry. This particular trip during the May long weekend, there was still a considerable amount of snow, so my dad brought our ATVs and some sleds for us. It was the day after we had arrived, and my dad wanted to go on a little trip down the road we came up. I asked if I could come, and he said sure. We both hopped on his quad and set out on our little trip. I forgot to mention earlier that we had deer around the area. Nothing crazy, but the odd one would wander through our campsite. You could tell they had no natural predators, since they didn't run away when there was a human around. My siblings and I would always manage to get pretty close to one, before my parents yelled at us to stay away. That is. Anyway, my dad and I were a few miles from the campsite when we rounded a corner and came across one of the most gruesome sights I've ever seen in my life. On the side of the road were pieces of a deer. At least, I think it was one. There was blood absolutely everywhere. Worse still, there was steam coming from the remains, which meant this was a recent kill. My dad's usually a pretty calm guy. Not much can rattle him. But I could tell this freaked him the hell out. He was in the process of turning us around when this, screech came from the forest. It was so loud, we both flinched. I remember searching the forest for the source, but my dad was in the process of hauling ass down the way we came. It could have been a trick of the light, or because I was freaked out and maybe I was seeing things. But I could have sworn I saw something running alongside us, but only for a second or two. I know I sound absolutely crazy, but the thing looked like a large dog before it vanished into the trees. My dad raced back to camp, and we were all packed up and headed to a different location by the end of the day. We never did go back to that campsite after this encounter. I did ask my dad about it a couple years ago. He just said it was because the new campsite was better than the old, better trails and whatnot. I think he's full of crap. I think whatever we encountered that day scared the hell out of him, and I think that whatever I saw, he did too. But I, for one, am thankful we never went back. I'm not sure if I'll be able to sleep at night after what I saw. It still haunts me to this day. My family moved from Kansas to Tennessee in 2000. I made some friends at my new high school, and we were all hanging out on Halloween. Someone told us about a local legend called the Ghost Flame. A few of my new friends wanted to check it out, and they invited me to go with them. I was skeptical, but I went out of curiosity. The legend goes like this. There's a haunted cemetery way out in the boondocks. If you park on the side of the gravel road at the entrance and turn off your headlights, you can see a ghost flame hovering over a grave. It sounded like someone was trying to pull a prank on me. One of the guys borrowed his dad's car and we all drove out there. We parked at the entrance and cut off the headlights. We waited about 5 minutes and someone shouted, "Oh my God, look!" There it was, a tall flame hovering above a grave, just in front of the headstone. The driver of the car turned the headlights on and the flame instantly disappeared. He turned them off and it slowly came back. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but the skeptic in me didn't want to be the butt of some practical joke. So I walked up to the cemetery to check it out. As I approached this flame, I could see that it was actually hovering about 6 feet off the ground, and it was a pretty tall flame. Not short like a candle, more like a torch flame. As I got closer, it began to dim until it went out, just as I walked up to the grave. I thought surely someone set a torch of some kind on the ground. Nothing. I would have seen or heard someone running off into the woods. The graves were all too small to hide behind. The grave was a large granite slab, so nothing could be buried in the ground. I couldn't come up with a logical explanation. The other kids in the group were just as dumbfounded as I was. We weren't really terrified, we were more in awe and disbelief than anything. I've never seen anything so bizarre in my life. That was so long ago. I was new to the area and didn't know where I was, so I don't remember where the cemetery was. But I think I've located it using Google Earth, and I've thought about going back one day with a video camera. My parents have lived in this same house for over 30 years. I lived there from ages 6 to 17, when I moved to another city for college. After that, I graduated and started working there. I would come to visit, but just a couple times throughout the year. Now, about 10 years ago, I had a near-death experience. I almost drowned at the beach and I had sensory memories coming back right when I was about to drown. I could feel the memories as if I was inside them. The one I still remember very vividly is the warmth and smell of my mom's lips when she kissed me on the nose when I was little. She used to kiss me like that whenever we were cuddling, or when she left me and picked me up at school, etc. I also remembered the touch of my father's warm hands whenever he touched my feet to wake me up, or how my closest friends and I always hug each other so tight and for so long, and it feels amazing. I felt all that, and more. But I also felt something changed in me. I started to feel vibes in people. I cut people off my life because I started to feel that they were not honest or good people, which turned out to be very accurate. In a party I attended, I met some of my sister-in-law's relatives, and one uncle in particular gave me a weird vibe. I couldn't explain it, but something about him didn't sit right with me. I only mentioned it to my mom, but as I was trying to figure it out, I told her. He gives me SA vibes. He does something to his children, I'm sure. A couple months later, my sister-in-law told my mom that his uncle had had problems with the whole family, and the siblings decided to take the kids away from him, but didn't press any charges. He had been molesting his own children since his wife left him. I also started feeling energized in places I had been before, and places I had never been to. But I felt something weird I couldn't always explain. Now, a couple of months ago, I moved back to my parents' house because I bought a piece of land and I'm having my house built. But ever since I came back, I keep seeing these shadows at night, passing by, peeking out the door. Sometimes from the corner of my eye, I get to see them. I'd never seen them until now. They seemed curious about me since I had caught them watching me. I've also heard some noises, but just tapping on the wall or my desk or the door. Nothing else so far. This happened back in 2008. I was a junior in high school, hanging out with an old girlfriend of mine and her friend at my house, while the rest of my family flew out to Washington to visit family the previous night. The night was any typical teenager hangout. We ordered Pizza Hut, played Guitar Hero, and played some homemade spirit games thing with fire. You light the fire and ask the ghost a question. If the fire moves, it means yada yada yada. All dumb, profoundly normal things. For reference, we were all hanging out in the attic, which was my bedroom at the time. The staircase led right into my living room, which had a bead door at the bottom of them. You can usually hear someone coming through them to get up, but this shook all of us to our core. We were well and done playing ghost games and playing Guitar Hero, when out of nowhere during a break, a blood-curdling scream from a woman shrieked from the bottom of the stairwell. It almost sounded fake, like a corny movie scream, but loud and panicked scream to be sure. It sounded legit. We froze and heard nothing else. No beads, no footsteps, nothing. My house was old, so you often heard and felt people moving around in it, but there was nothing. I got the courage to charge the living room with a pocket knife after yelling that we were calling the cops, but to our surprise, there was nothing. The doors and windows were locked. It was the middle of a particularly nasty Michigan snowstorm, and there weren't even footprints outside the house. We all ran outside and went to the end of the short driveway, looking in the window from afar for an intruder. We called the police, and they came and searched the entire house for us while we all sat in my 90s Pontiac Grand Prix. After about an hour, they came back and found nobody hiding in the house. After this, I ran into the house, grabbed my essentials, and drove to my best friend's house. I ended up crashing at his place for 3 months after that. I refused to sleep in my house until my family all got home from Washington. To this day, I still have no fucking clue what it was, but it sends shivers down my spine thinking about that scream, even as an adult. Nothing else ever happened at that house, and nothing really happened before either. It was random as fuck. I also saw my friend's dead grandma through a window on 2 occasions, along with some other stuff from her. I've lived in a very old house for about 6 years, and in these 6 years, I've seen many things lurking around. For context, I live in a city and we're surrounded by neighbours, but my house was built around 100 years ago, long before there was a city around it, and was originally surrounded by farmland. There have been a lot of questions surrounding exactly when the house was built. The elderly woman we bought it from said it was built in 1908, exactly 100 years before I was born. But we recently had it appraised and were told it was likely built in 1926. This was backed up when we found newspapers from the mid-1920s lining the 100-year-old windows while putting in new windows. Ever since we first moved in, I've been seeing things around the house. From people out of the corner of my eye, to my name being called while home alone, to full face-to-face meetings with people who were never there. I had too many experiences to count. I was always a child with an active imagination, but as I got older, I began to realise it may not have been my imagination. One night, I was standing in my upstairs bathroom with the door open to the hallway, braiding my hair. I saw 2 grey figures walk past the open door into my parents' office, which was right next to the bathroom. Both my parents have light grey hoodies, so I assumed it was them and wanted to say something to them, but something stopped me. The 2 figures disappeared, and I realised I never heard the door open. I then heard my parents talking in the kitchen, and I realised they were both downstairs. I immediately ran downstairs, but didn't tell them what had happened. These 2 figures showed up multiple more times, but none of them were as dramatic as the first time. When I was 11 or 12, every night at sunset, I'd be laying in my bed doing whatever, reading, playing games, but I would see an old lady standing at the edge of my bed just watching me. I was never threatened or scared by her, she was just there. This went on for a few months and I thought nothing of it, which was weird, because I'm usually easily freaked out by very small things. I told my mom about it, and she told me about how her grandmother would visit her after she passed, and she thought it might have been her looking after her great-granddaughter. I thought it was sweet and went on with my life. This soon stopped and everything went back to normal. About a year later, my mom found an old photo of one of the previous owners and showed me. It was the same woman I'd been seeing nearly daily the year before. A few months ago, I noticed a single kiss mark appeared on the TV downstairs. I thought it was so weird, because my mum and dad are obviously not doing it. My brother isn't either, and I didn't. My younger cousin is the one who mostly uses the downstairs TV, and she isn't even tall enough to reach the TV. I thought it was so weird, but I ignored it. My cousin the other day came to me in the morning scared, saying she saw something in the downstairs bathroom and heard voices telling her to do things. She's 7, by the way, and I did think it was weird, so I told her she could shower in my room. My parents told her she was probably just having a nightmare, but they're super religious, so they did some whole ritual screaming prayer thing. That night, I was laying in my bed and noticed a kiss mark on my mirror. I definitely didn't place it there. Mind you, this is out of character for anyone living there to do, and I asked them all, and they said they had no idea how it got there. Today, I looked at the TV again and noticed instead of there being one kiss mark, there are now multiple. I'm low-key trying to just ignore this, but this is creepy as fuck. I've always thought my house was haunted, but I've never seen actual signs. I've always had this theory that fear draws in spirits, and ever since I've started having an inclination to dark things and listening to metal rock, my parents have been freaking out and saying they've been having dreams about demons in my room. I think they're ridiculous, but now I'm wondering, what if their fear drew in something? My friend said kiss marks aren't threatening, and it could just be my spirit guide. I'm not sure if I believe in spirit guides or not. Does anyone have an idea? For context, this happened in like 2013, so I was around 8 years old. My brother was 10 years older than me, so when he graduated high school, I was still in elementary school. My memory of him kind of fades as time goes by, but I still have some sweet memories of when I brought him apple slices after he got in a fight with my mom. I also remember seeing him and his friends in front of the school library near the 400-meter track where we did activities, and I ran to hug him. After he graduated, he went to the US for college. We would sometimes get phone calls from him or FaceTime, but not much, and all I knew was that he was in America and attending university. But I also miss him, and I would sometimes ask my parents when he was returning. My parents would say that he'll be back during the holidays. I got so excited. Then, for a couple days in a row, I had super vivid dreams that my brother came back with his luggage, and me running to the door to greet him. I remember that when he stepped into our house, the background behind him was only bright light, and I couldn't see our garden as I would usually see. I can't remember the rest of the dream, but I think that was just it. I woke up, truly believed that my brother was home, and went upstairs to his room to check if he was back. He wasn't. Then, in the afternoon, right after my multiple dreams after school, my parents got a phone call, and my mom looked like she was holding back tears. Later in the evening, I remembered my dream, so I shared with my parents that I dreamt about my brother coming back and asked when my brother was coming back. When my mom heard, she started bursting into tears, and my dad brought me aside and just told me not to talk about my brother around my mom. Days after, I didn't have any dreams about my brother coming back. Later, my dad eventually told me that my brother died, and they were informed by the phone call of this news. Until now, they still won't let me know what happened to him, but only that he passed away. I grew up in a funeral home. Okay, firstly, I'd like to say if it's hard to believe anything I say on here, trust me, I understand. I've never felt believed while talking about this. When I was 11, me and my family moved into a huge 6-bedroom, 2-bath house. At the time, my mom was a very spiritual person and very into the supernatural. My dad, knowing this willfully, kept the fact that it was a funeral home from my mom, knowing damn well she would have no part in living in a house of death. Well, about a year after living there, a priest in a wheelchair knocked on our door and asked if they could speak to one of my parents. My mom, being the only one home, happily invited him in. Since it was so long ago, I don't remember the whole conversation, but basically he informed her that our house used to be a funeral home. To no surprise, my mom was very concerned about this, so the priest, in what I assume was a way to alleviate our concerns, offered to cleanse the house. The darkness and hatred that was felt in that house still messes with me today. That baptism woke something up and made her very angry. I don't know how to put this without sounding crazy, but basically me and my friends found a tombstone in the basement. The tombstone had a pillar inside of it that was connected to the living room, basically holding up the floor. The tombstone was upside down and broken at the top. It just had one word on it. In broad letters, it spelled, "Wow." I thought nothing of this until I was 15, and my mom died in that house on the living room floor. It occurred to me that the tombstone didn't say wow. The fucking thing said Mom. I want to burn that house down. I know it's all a coincidence, but is it really? I went to a special needs school for 9 years. The buildings are over 130 years old and have a lot of history, including a tuberculosis treatment centre. The basement was where the creative things were, like paint, stone cutter tools, the library and some other things. I was 13 or 14 years old at the time. I was also very creative. I loved to go down there after school because I could hide there and be myself. To get there, you have to walk through a very loud door. Go left and go through another door. Glass door, and then through the last door. You could always hear it when someone was coming down there. Always. The person that was supposed to take care of me left and I was alone in the basement, in that room. I heard the door and everything close and then walk up the stairs. Then I heard a whisper. I couldn't hear what was said, but it was a woman. The one that was taking care of me was a man, so it wasn't him. I looked to where I heard the whisper, and this is what I saw. A transparent woman in old-fashioned clothing. From what I could tell, it also looked like something was running down her face. We made eye contact. Surprisingly, I wasn't scared because I didn't think about it. It was normal to see things down there, to hear things. I asked if she was okay. She screamed in a way I can't describe. It reminded me of a banshee scream or wail. She then disappeared. The thing is, my stepdad's father passed away a little over a week later. To this day, I have no idea what I saw or heard. I know banshees are not from Denmark, but that scream, it was odd and different. Not like a normal scream. Last night, I had a dream that I was at some fancy dinner-like place with my mum's father. I called him Poppy. All I remember from the dream is sitting next to him at the fancy table, and I believe we were exchanging drinks. Like, I had a Coca-Cola in a fancy wine glass, and he had water, but it seemed like we were passing it to one another. He frequently bartends after retirement, and I always remember being so excited to ask for bar Coke as a kid. So at first, I chalked up the dream to that. But then this morning, my mum started to tell me that she had a weird dream last night, and I immediately spoke up and told her I had a dream about Poppy. She responded with, "Well, that's weird. I had a dream about Poppy too." I told her about how we were at some fancy dinner venue place, and she said that her dream was exactly the same, except she was off doing something else at the dinner party rather than sitting with Poppy and I. Which is kind of funny, because I don't remember seeing her in my dream at all. It's just crazy that her and I had pretty much the same dream about her dad. My brother and I also had the same dream when we were kids, also with Poppy in it, but before he passed away. It was about our grandparents' dog, Molly, and that Poppy had to take her to get put down. One day a few years ago, my brother randomly told me about this dream, and that it was weird to him because he felt like Molly wasn't really there for the next 2 weeks, before she actually had to be put down. And I was absolutely blown away that I had the same exact dream and feeling about Molly around the same time. Two years ago, my mum moved house and incidentally, I moved away also, but it's still home when it's needed. I'm currently here on holiday, and I'm spending my nights in the caravan on the front lawn. Great little van, but I have to keep it locked along with any doors or gates at the house whenever I'm going out or anything, because my area is chock-a-block with filthy little thieves. Anyhow, I'm quite dopey, and sometimes I forget things. So tonight, while my mum and stepfather were sound asleep, me being me, I went to go grab some munchy food from inside. I opened the screen door only to realise the main door is locked. So I thought, fuck it, I'll just wait for breakfast. I start to walk back down the lawn, and I hear a noise that took me a second to process. The main door just opened. I turn back and see a shadowy figure in the door, and think it's just Mum because the lights are off in the house. I walk up, open the screen, and start to walk in. tried to push the main door open a bit more, but it was like something was behind it. I checked around the entire front area, then made a beeline for my parents' room, where they were both still just laying there asleep. There's absolutely nobody else in the house, and the wind we go get definitely isn't strong enough to open a locked door. What the fuck just opened my door for me? The dog stopped barking at me when I initially tried to open the door, but then stopped right before it went ahead and opened itself too. They still sat at the door. They just started acting a little off after the door opened. For context, I was in my preteen stage when my grandma passed. I can recall every dream I've had about her after, and the fact that she never said anything to me until the very last dream. However, she always had very distinct facial features. The first dream I had was nearly right after she passed. I believe it was the very same night. This dream was themed on a Sunday. I know this because before she got emergency custody of me, she'd take me back home on Sundays after coming over that Friday. We got in the car. She didn't look at me or make eye contact, but she had this grim look on her face. No smile, which was very unusual for her. We drive up to the stop sign, make a right turn, and everything fades into white. Standing around were many, many people, some of which I had known from my childhood, but had already long passed away. Some chatting here and there, but no distinct words I could hear. Then I woke up. The second dream isn't very necessary. I don't know where I was, but my grandpa and I were in this huge warehouse. The only time I saw her, she was laying on the ground, definitely dead. Third dream was years later. I was at their house, the very house she died in. I looked in the walkway and saw her standing there with an angry look on her face. Also seemed to be disappointed. This is strange because at that time I had gotten bad into drug use and already got diagnosed with alcoholism. I was 15, by the way, so I didn't even know someone that young could be diagnosed with something of that sort, but it happened. She hated drugs because of my dad and uncle. Believed it was sinful, rightly so. Fourth dream was after I got clean off of the drugs. I was happy, got a job, and finally cut off the people I needed out of my life. This dream consisted of her and I sitting on a couch. We had the TV tray out in front of us, which was a normal occurrence, and she finally looked happy. The only thing she said to me was, "You'll never see me again," with a smile on her face. After that I woke up, and sure enough, I've never had a dream of her since. Some would say it's a weird coincidence, but I'm sure there's much more to it. At least, that's what I like to believe. I have a bad case of an apparent black hole in my apartment. It started with the knives. Back when I moved in, I had a full set of knives and one of them would disappear in the span of months within each other. I ended up having to buy more, and now those are disappearing again. Then it was a whole bag of pastries. I put the bag on the table and went out for an hour with my roomie, and when I came back they were gone. And I mean, the whole bag. I also had some spoons gone, whole cans of tuna, and as of yesterday, 1 apple of 2 I bought. I found out about the apples because my cat dropped them, but I could only find one and I searched the whole area for it. No one else but me. My roomie and my parents have keys to the apartment. My parents live almost 400 kilometers away. For the cutlery, I may or may not have thrown them away, with the trash on accident, but I cannot explain the pastries or the apple. There are probably a lot of other stuff missing that I'm not remembering or not noticing, but it's been going on for years now, and I wanted to share. Yesterday, my grandma, who I'm very close to, passed away. She had multiple major strokes in a single night and was suffering a major brain bleed. Doctors said 75% of her brain was damaged and she wouldn't wake up again. We made the decision to end life support as we knew she wouldn't want to be kept alive as a vegetable past her time. I'd always heard stories of people dying loved ones sitting up before passing, or saying the names of those that had died before. or even just opening their eyes or throwing their arms up. Since my grandma's brain activity was so limited, I knew there would be no such signs, no matter how much I knew they'd comfort me. The ICU door for my grandma's room was very heavy and hard to unlatch, and had stayed closed all day and yesterday to give us some privacy with her. I struggled every time I had to open it, as you had to really push down to unlatch it. We were all sitting in a room waiting for the final shoe to drop when the door unlatched and opened. It opened up a good way pretty quickly, not as if it had been shoved, but more like someone was just opening it. We waited for a nurse to come inside, but nobody was there. I got up and closed the door, making sure to push it hard into place. About 5 minutes later, we heard the hard sound of the door unlatching, and it swung open again with controlled quickness, stopping just short of slamming into a table. This time, we left it open. The doctors were expecting her to survive at least a few days after ending life support, but she died not an hour later, after the door opened. At the end, she was not in pain, and she passed as if falling asleep. My mum and I are happy knowing she had people there to walk her home. I was in the village when I was spending time with my granny. I was basically there because my mum sent me there to get some rest. The street where she lives is just the road with private houses along it, and there was a house where in front of it were two perfectly symmetrical trees. The tree was about 10 meters high and was looking like a tree pole that was uprooted from the earth. There were no leaves and even branches on it. The top of the tree was like the bottom of an average uprooted tree. Roots were on top of it. They were both almost black. I believe they were dried up, maybe pine trees that were cut. But how did they manage to dry so much? If that's the case, it was cut decades ago. Also, why were there such enormous trees? It was not a half-abandoned wild village in the middle of nowhere. It was just a small settlement, a couple kilometers from a normal town. At some point, when I visited my grandma again, there were not just no trees, but not even land without grass on spots where they were or something. Of course, no one knows what trees I was talking about. I remember there was a photo of me with these trees in the background, exactly the same trees. Not as pine trees, but identical black dead pillars. But guess what? I can't find it. There was a bunch of black and white photos of my grandmother's fathers and other relatives with that tree in the background. Not as pine trees, but the identical black dead fucking pillars. But guess what? I know they were there. I didn't believe in paranormal stuff before, but now I'm not sure anymore. My mom's ex has been doing black magic to her. She has screenshots of him talking about it, and my mom showed a person that does magic too, and she told her that she had something like a curse and a dead person was following her. To me, all that sounds crazy, but the thing is, I feel it every time my mom feels it. Other than misfortune, my mom can get sick and gets a really bad backache, and she says that she feels like it's burning. She's gone to the doctor, and she's 100% healthy, and I always told her that it was in her mind. But one day, I was visiting her, and she told me she was feeling it, so I walked to her and started giving her a massage while she was sitting down. A few seconds later, I started to feel a rage that I've never felt in my life, and then I started crying and having a panic attack. In my mind, I thought it was maybe my head playing tricks on me. But after that, every time my mom feels the burning in her back, I feel a tingle in the top of my head. Like my head is freezing and a wave of sadness comes and I start crying. No matter how far we are, every time I feel it, I call her or text her, asking if she's feeling it. And every time I'm correct. I don't know what to do. I guess I just wanted to tell someone and get it out of my chest. I had a panic attack a few minutes ago because of it, and my mom was feeling it too. My life has been kind of messed up lately, and I don't know if it's my bad luck or something is actually messing with it. I'm just tired of it. My dad was a builder, contracted to the local council to carry out works on council buildings. In the UK, this also includes homes and flats. My dad was told his next piece of work would be in a flat building with multiple rooms and 3 levels. Homes and flats like these, where no one lives in them at the time, are called voids. The building is just empty rooms. When this happens, the council put big heavy metal doors on the building to prevent thieves from getting in. You need a set of keys provided by the council. To get ahead of himself, my dad wanted to see the scale of the work that he'd be undertaking, rather than going there completely under-equipped and unprepared. So my dad opens up and takes a look around. The 4 rooms on the ground floor are the same on the 2nd and 3rd floor, all connected by a staircase which has a central shaft through the middle. You can see right to the ceiling on the 3rd floor. Stairs have metal bars for railings. A big job, but achievable in a few days. Gut the place out, replaster a few walls, and a repaint job. My dad goes to lock up, but he feels someone behind him. This, I'm told, is not uncommon. Local people see builders go into empty buildings, and they want to see what they can take. So naturally, my dad turns around. "Mate, you're going to have to leave, I'm locking up." But he said it to no one. No one was around him or had been in the building. Thinking this was just an odd sensation, he thought nothing else about it, locked up and went home. My dad told my mum what happened, but it was more of a passing remark like, "Oh, this happened today, weird, huh," and nothing else was said. Anyway, the weekend passes and my dad and his friend Martin go back to the job on Monday and begin opening up and proceed with the work. A local resident walks up and asks them how things are going, to which both agree it's going well, and some other small talk. He changes the subject. "It's a shame what happened there, isn't it?" Both my dad and his working friend were confused. "A shame? What's a shame?" "Poor girl came home from school a few months ago and saw her dad hanging, tied himself to the railing and jumped." My dad, of course, was now scared and felt that familiar shiver go up him. He didn't tell the local guy what he had felt, but he told his friend. Martin refused to go into the building alone, and they both agreed that they would always leave the central door open to make sure there was an exit if needed. My dad would be the first to tell you he doesn't really believe in ghosts, and he would also say he's never seen a ghost, but he did say this was the oddest experience he's ever had, and still can't explain it. When my mother was a little girl, she spent her early years in a remote area of Mexico. No electricity, no running water, and definitely no air conditioning. Due to so many people all living in one small house, it wasn't uncommon for her and a few other of her siblings to sleep on the porch. Yes, you heard that right. They slept on Pilates outside. She recalls it was actually much cooler some nights on the porch than it was in the house. The porch had a screen that my grandfather installed, and he also built their house by his own hand. The closest neighbour was miles away, so from my understanding, the house was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Now this is where the ghost story begins. My mom and 3 of her other siblings were the lucky ones, who got to sleep outside every night. They never had any problems or fears until the night the baker boy began to come round. A small child with golden curls, dressed in white baking attire, wearing a mask that was a real skinned pig. He would walk in circles around the house, reciting a certain phrase that my mom never really understood, because it wasn't in Spanish or English. At first they were scared, but every time they grew to appreciate his presence, it was almost as if he were walking around the house to protect them from whatever fate had maybe happened to him. They never knew who he was, or if he was even real, but they would all see him. My grandpa never believed them and assumed they were making it all up to come inside the house, but they swore they weren't. It wasn't until overtime an outline of his path began to show up around the house. Needless to say, they didn't stay in that house much longer and moved before they eventually made it into the States. The strangest part is that before my grandpa died, he told my mom he had finally seen him, the blonde boy with the pig mask. When I was younger, I'd like to talk to ghosts. I was only told this by my parents recently. They told me that I was always talk to a man that stood in front of my bedroom window, and when asked who I was talking to, I would reply with George. Obviously, as I was only 4 or 5 at the time, I have no memory of what I would talk about, but we lived next to an old man called Mr. Todd, whom my parents were close to. My mum ended up asking who lived in the house before us, and sure enough he replied with George. When my mum asked if he had anything to do with the bedroom window, Mr. Todd said he would always stand at the window just looking out of it, and that's how he would spend most of his days. I've been told that I was a very weird child growing up, and that story isn't the only ghost I would talk to. As my parents describe it, I would always talk to a man on top of the wardrobe. Unfortunately, I haven't been told much about this one, as it's always overshadowed by the George story. I would also go on about having a past life, and how I'd bring up my other family. I have a feeling that I had a past life in a time frame of World War I or II. My reasoning is that my older brother told me that one day I started singing an old war song word for word, which neither my parents or my brother had ever heard before. Being a believer of past lives, I find it fascinating, as I've had my own experience of it, yet frustrating that I was so young that my memory of it all is limited. This happened a few months ago, but I still remember vividly what happened. On September 7th, I was alone in my room at around 1:30 a.m. on a phone call with my girlfriend. I was the only one awake in the house at the time. Me and her sleep together on the phone, so we call every night, and still do to this day. We were talking as usual, and obviously nothing was scary or eerie. I had my lights off in my room, so the only light was my phone screen right in front of me. My room is pitch black with the lights off as expected, so it wasn't scary for me. But that's not what spooked me. As she's telling me about how her day at work was, I hear a very low voice saying something coming from where my door is, but very quietly, to the point where it's almost a whisper. I couldn't make out any words, but I could tell it was speech. I told my girlfriend to be quiet for a sec so I could listen. At first, I thought it was my brother, whose room is right next to mine, but he was already asleep. He does the same routine to go to bed every day. Uses the restroom outside our rooms, turns off the hallway light, closes the room to his door, and turns off his light. This happened an hour before I heard the voice. His voice is not that deep. He's 15 years old, and since he hangs out with his friends over Discord, I know what his friend sounds like through the walls and the pitch of his voice. This was not him. I could hear it clearly as if it was standing in my room, right past the door. But I couldn't see anything, so I used my phone flashlight to try and see what was there, without getting out of my bed. After looking around for a few minutes, I decided it was time for bed, so I told my girlfriend that we should go to sleep. I woke up the next morning as usual, and nothing scary has happened since. So yesterday, my mum told me a story about something that happened to her at work. My mum has always been a huge skeptic, as I have been myself, but this has probably freaked us both out, as we can't explain it. I'm curious to see what others think. My mum works at a pharmacy as a dispenser. She has a colleague that she talks to every day, who's also a skeptic, but has an interest in the paranormal. She told my mum a story about how she went to visit a graveyard to visit a loved one with one of her friends. They were the only ones in the graveyard, but they heard a female humming. They assumed it was someone crouching behind a grave tending to it and had a look around. They eventually came to a grave where the sound appeared to be coming from, but nobody was there. They checked their phones and any other devices and nothing. A little freaked out, they went to the pub nearby and had some food. As they were chatting, they both went silent at the same time and froze, as they could hear the humming again. They carried on eating and eventually parted to go home. Later that night, my mum's colleague got a call from her friend who was hysterical. She cried down the phone that she'd heard the humming in the house. Mum's colleague calmed her down and reassured her that it was nothing, and she was probably just hearing things. After putting the phone down, she went upstairs to bed, as it was late. She heard the humming in her bedroom. My mum, upon being told this, wasn't that amazed, as she just brushed it off as a story, being the skeptic she is. She left the room and walked down the long hallway leading to the top of the stairs. She says she heard a female humming right behind her, different notes, but only lasting 2 or 3 seconds. She turned around to laugh at a colleague, thinking she was taking the mick. Nobody was there. Her colleague was still in the room on the other end of the hallway, and nobody else was on that floor with them. There's no PA system or any kind of speakers, as she didn't have her phone or anything on her. I've never seen my mum so freaked out before, and she's a very straight-laced person and always tries to debunk everything paranormal. I can't think of anything either. What do you guys think?
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
My grandma had a recurring dream throughout her life, beginning at age 4 or so. And apparently, she had the dream right up until she went into the last 2 weeks of her life. She's walking down a gravel road. There's nothing around her. Sometimes the sky would be a brilliant sunset, sometimes just heavy shades of grey. Occasionally, there was a massive dilapidated barn way in the distance, but usually it was just her, walking this road. She recognised that she was the same age as in waking life, every time she had it. But what unnerved her is she was never in colour. She would be sad that a coat she loved at 20 was only grey in the dreams, for example. I'm the oldest grandkid, and I'm the only one of the 7 of us who spend the night, lived with my grandparents, and visited all the time. The first time I had the dream, I was 11. It was all monochrome, and my grandma was only a couple steps ahead. I wanted to call it out, but I knew I couldn't. I woke up in tears. I was spending the night at my grandparents' house, and I told my grandma the story. She was always very private. A suppressed woman who, sadly, was so insecure, she worried what everyone thought, so she dismissed my fears. It wasn't until my early 20s we happened to have a quiet afternoon together, and she shared how she'd had these dreams her entire life. I was a bit angry and annoyed. I asked her why she never believed me, and she said it scared her. My grandma passed in 2019, and I wasn't there for many reasons. Although we had a very tense, often strained relationship, now that I'm almost 50, I easily see how fiercely she loved me, the best she could. My grandma was an absolutely amazing woman, but it breaks my heart she couldn't be more for herself. Neither of us could figure out these semi-connected dreams we were having, and most of the time, one of us would have it the day or 2 before the other. We never shared this with anyone. She didn't want to think to people we were lying or weird. I've only had it once around her birthday, the April after she passed. I was a big walker, and the few days in August before the dream, I was inundated by monarch butterflies on my walk. I've lived in the Adirondacks for a while, and I've never seen that many monarchs in August. The dreams were uncomfortable and scary, only because my grandma was filled with great fear. She was a devoted Roman Catholic and very scared of everything she didn't understand. I, on the other hand, began experiencing and sensing paranormal and otherworldly stuff when I was 6. For me, the oddness was a way to feel a connection to my grandma. I desperately wanted for her to love me, but in a way, the dream allowed me to validate her fears and to give her safe space to regroup.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
Let me say first, I'm not terribly fanciful. Neither is my dad, who works as a CFO for a public company. When my siblings and I were little, we all thought we saw a ghost in my sister's room after recently moving into the house. We were all younger than 7 at the time. My sister always felt ill at ease in the room, to the point she cried whenever my parents made her sleep in her own room for many years. She practically remembers one time where she was sleeping and then someone, who she thought was my dad, carrying her downstairs and putting her in the living room armchair. She specifically remembers that she kind of woke up and was angry that my dad brought her downstairs. She was woken up in the chair the next morning by my dad, who asked why she was sleeping downstairs and said he never brought her downstairs. As far as ghost origin, the house is old, so there could be stories we don't know. We know there was a Native American tribe in the area, and we know the house used to be an orchard. We also know in the 70s, a resident of the house left angrily after a fight, zoomed his car down the driveway, went over the curb, and hit and killed a young boy across the street who was playing with one of those pop-pop fake lawnmowers. We also know the house was built in the 1870s, and when my parents renovated the upstairs bathroom, they found a letter that was sent to the local church, nailed inside the wall. The event that happened yesterday, my mom and dad were home and my dad was in the attic. He went down to the second floor and into my parents' room when he saw a movement move one of the other side of the room that leads to the hallway of my sister's room. It was a figure in what he thought was my mom's pajamas, going from my sister's room area to my brother's room and the bathroom, right in that hallway. He called my mom's name. Nothing, so he went and checked out the hallway, then heard my mom downstairs. He didn't see anything in any of the rooms. He went downstairs, and my mom said he looked visibly spooked. The scariest part of the story for me is that it happened to my dad, who was not one for striking fancies, and he swears he saw something move, wearing some sort of pattern, move across in his line of vision. He got LASIK eye surgery a few years ago, so he has good vision. Kind of creepy.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I've been bothered by this for a while. I've had it happen twice where I get 3 knocks on the door. The first time, I was in my bedroom. No one was home. The dog was in the room with me and started barking. I said, "Come in." No one came in. I got up and searched the entire house and no one was there. I moved to a new place up the street a few years later. The second time that happened to me, I was sitting at the table with a friend in a different house than before. At the time, I had a TV screen connected to a camera to where I could see my front door and a good amount of area in front of it. That was just before all these modern motion detection cameras. It wasn't the best neighborhood. We were sitting there and we hear 3 loud knocks really fast. It sounded like somebody hitting a door with a baseball bat, but somewhat fast 3 times. There was no one there. All of a sudden, the baseball bat that I kept by my door flew across the room and rolled to a stop. It was a fairly large room too, so it flew maybe 10 feet. Right after a pellet gun, I had fallen off the shelf. This wasn't the only occurrence I had. I also heard running across the roof multiple times. I had a box sitting at the top of the stairs. I heard a strange shuffling noise in the box, spilled down the stairs and crashed to the bottom. No one was up there, and no lights were on. My dog will cry for no reason, in a very strange way. And also one of my doors seemingly opened on its own. Long scratching on the interior walls that didn't sound like a mouse scratching motion. For me, I just want to know if anybody's ever heard the 3 knocks and what it means. It still bothers me.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
My childhood was filled with a lot of abuse, starting with my dad. That being said, when my mum was doing okay before she became a mean alcoholic, she was sensitive. So was her mum and her mum's mum. My dad would always scream or be violent with me for my ghost stories. He started to believe me after things started to amp up when I was 9 in the Alexander Graham Bell house. I freaked out, the poor tour guide. My dad, my adult half-sister, her husband, my mom and I were touring the house in Texas. I didn't know that Alexander Graham Bell had tried to remove a bullet out of a president. 9-year-old me froze, and I don't remember saying it because all I knew was I saw 2 old dudes in my head. One trying to remove a bullet, and the other old dude dying. I didn't know he was a president. I guess I said, "Someone died in this room. They were shot." There was an awkward pause while my brain was transported back into this place. The tour guide awkwardly laughed and said, "I guess she's read up on her history." I don't remember anything else really from the house, except that, and although my dad died when I was 13, my mom remembered this for years until the alcoholism got too bad. My sister still does. Fast forward to when I was 11. My mom and I were on a trip without my dad. We ended up going to the museum where JFK was shot. I was drawn to a window and fainted after being overwhelmed with hate. Apparently, the window was the window he was shot out of. She didn't tell my dad because he had believed me at that point, but wanted to take me to our rabbi because it had gotten so obvious that he thought I was playing with dark forces. In reality, I just couldn't control them. This was my last straw. After he died, his spirit passed. I think it lingered for a few days to say goodbye, but although he had so much anger, it passed with him. I was pleasantly surprised. I've had no issue with his spirit. However, my mom encouraged me to use my gift. I no longer see it as a gift. Because once I was 15, when she had started to get bad, and I had fully opened up myself to my abilities, I couldn't focus on her house in certain places. It was too loud and too dark. I got freakish visions of future and past events. It became too much when I was in the car with my mom and we drove by a car accident. I saw a vision of the bloody scene close up and started hyperventilating. Later, on the news, my vision was confirmed to me and my mom. I started to use headphones and blast music constantly. I tuned out the world because I saw too much of it. Now, I don't get these visions. I am still sensitive and can feel that bad places are bad and have a vague idea of why. But I almost want to use this gift again. I don't know why, but I feel like it's something I'm meant to do. This being said, how do I open fully to my abilities again while controlling them? My issue in the past was being unable to control them. They were too strong. When looking at rentals, I chose a house with a neutral energy. There are no spirits here. I know I have a safe house this way.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.
I was 4 years old. I've experienced paranormal my entire life. Sightings, dreams, and premonitions. This was one of my first experiences that I have memory of. We lived in a cedar-sided split foyer home on top of a mountain. I had a younger brother by 10.5 months. We shared a bedroom across the hall from my parents' room. We would see this figure constantly. We saw it so much that we started to just ignore it. It stood about 3 or 4 feet tall, had an outline like a teddy bear that wore a classic Viking helmet with horns. We never could see its features, just the dark shadow. Our older cousins by 1 or 2 years spent one night. Everyone was in a circle with our sleeping bags on the floor of our room. The lights were still on. My cousin immediately whispered what it was, and he pointed at the creature who was standing in our doorway, watching us. I told him it was just our monster, and he watches us play. He can't do anything to us or hurt us, and I stuck my tongue out at it to assure my cousin the thing was harmless. My mom told us monsters couldn't get us, so I was extra brave around it. A few nights later, I woke up in the middle of the night. I slept on the top bunk, and my brother on the bottom. I see the creature climbing up the bunk bed ladder to my bed. To this day, I have no idea why or how I was brave enough to do this, but I moved the ladder and sat in front of it, blocking the creature from coming up. It stopped climbing, but we were inches from each other's faces. It seemed like we sat like that forever, because I remember thinking, what the heck is this? And why can't I see its actual face? I reached out and tapped its shoulder. Or then, hell broke loose. As soon as I touched it, I couldn't see all of it. The entire body was covered in monster heads. Its main face had giant big eyes and sharp, sharp teeth. It terrified me and confused me, and seemed to be in intense pain from my touch. It grabbed me by the back and tore my back up. It screamed in my face. Of course, I'm screaming hysterically, and I break free and crawl to the far end of my bed and stop praying and stop screaming. By this time, my mom ran in, and all I could say was, "Monster." The next morning, my mom casually made me come into the kitchen to show her best friend my back. As an adult, my mom told me she was so scared and that my back was all scratched up. Scratches I didn't have that night at bedtime. I asked my cousin about what he saw that night. He still admitted to it 30 plus years later and told me when I stuck my tongue out, he was terrified. As an adult, my brother described the same exact appearance of it after having a similar encounter shortly after mine. He passed it on our basement stairs and screamed at it. After my encounter, I never saw it again. My son, who is 3, is terrified of shadows, and he knows the difference between normal shadows and tells me one walks around his room. Is it the same thing? What the hell is it?
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
My whole life I've had crazy, unexplainable experiences. My mom tells me that I used to truly scare her. The other day, my 2-year-old and I were in his room, sitting in his rocking chair reading a book. He suddenly stopped looking at the book and was watching the other side of the room. He then points and says, "Ghost, Mom?" We just had Halloween, and he literally just has learned what a ghost is. So I say, "Yes, Halloween. Spooky ghost." He responds with, "No, Mom, a guy. A ghost. The guy," as he's continuing to point in the same direction. I can't explain it, but sometimes I can feel other things when they're near. I could feel something there, and I tried not to make a big deal out of it. I don't want to feed into it and potentially cause more experiences for my son, but I also don't want him to think that he's crazy. Growing up, my family made fun of me every time I had an experience or something would happen. Finally, when I was in high school, as I was explaining something that had happened through the laughs, I could tell by my body language that my family was starting to experience things. And when I called them out on it, they told me they didn't want to tell me because I seemed so fixated on it and thought I would make it worse.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
We have lived in our house for a while. It was in new construction. They started developing down the road, and I had heard there was a small cemetery on the edge of the area they're developing, and we have another old family cemetery up the main road. After they started developing, we started having weird things happen, like stuff just falling off of tables. I went to check on the baby and saw his hanging toy moving and reflecting in the play mirror, but he wasn't in the crib. Then I saw him in his little chair my husband had put him in instead. I was so freaked out when I saw this, and there was no air blowing there. Then I mentioned a dream to my husband. My husband and I also had a weird dream, but didn't realise it till the next week, so it may have been the same night. I dreamed something was running down the hall towards me with fangs and claws, but couldn't remember anything else besides the eyes. It went to attack me, but I woke up. My husband dreamed some animal attacked him coming down the same hall, but he didn't wake up before getting ripped apart. I do have sleep paralysis that has picked back up for a while. Online, I found there were 3 graves by the construction, but I've gone to look, but they left these small clusters of trees where they should be, so I think they left them alone. We lost our senior dog after this and keep seeing a shadow out of the corner of our eyes and hearing him sort of thing, so I don't think that's related. The baby stares and laughs at places where there's nothing, but I'm just telling myself that's a normal baby thing. I'm too scared to talk about this stuff while home and too scared to use any apps. I'm not sure what to do. Nothing's happened for a couple of days. Could it be related to the construction? Because the timing is spot on.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
It's been below freezing for a while now. We stopped letting our mouse out because of it, but it seems like something, whatever it is, realised her pattern of behaviour by letting her inside, and it won't leave us alone. I thought my roommate's dad was messing with us when we got back in from college for winter break, but he explained how he even walked outside to see what it was. If you've ever been around stray cats, especially those that need help, they always stay within sight of you. Whatever this thing is, it ran around the side of the house as he went outside and kept meowing, low and long, leading him to the old goat pen near the wood line. He never once saw it, despite the fact that it triggered the motion lights around the house. I haven't seen or heard it until tonight, which is why I'm typing this out. I have 2 large windows in my room, and I keep the blinds cracked a little for sun to come through for my plants. I've been sitting at my desk attempting to do prep for this upcoming semester, and have had many swivel chair faced away from the window, so I can keep an eye on my laptop as it plays a video of background noise. I heard it in between the talking of the video, the meowing. It was low and distorted, not like any cat I've ever heard, and it made my blood run cold. My window is a good 9 feet off the ground as we live on a hill. Whatever this thing was had its face against the glass or something, because it sounded like it came from right behind me. I didn't look. I did manage to clear the entirety of my entire room in 2 massive leaps though. Right after this happened, my roommate came out of her room and said that something was whimpering outside her window. Like a dog upset that it's not getting what it wants from its owner. She's currently gathering eggshells and haul her railroad spikes as I type this out. Her father is going to look for this trail cram when the sun comes up. Any advice would be appreciated. Everywhere we've looked online or asked for advice from at this point has basically resulted in sucks to suck. Don't go outside. If there are any non-paranormal explanations for this, that would be great too. Because we won't know for sure until we get the trail camera up.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalIm.com.
In March 2019, I was camped not too far from a small town in Mexico called Catavina, where long, spindly plants reach toward the sky. The landscape is covered in granite boulders, and cactus easily reach 20 foot high. I camped at a place where I had no cell phone reception for 2 weeks. During these 2 weeks, I didn't speak or see a single person. These days I could explore the area and listen to podcasts. I parked my van on this sandy grassy area, which had a not often used fire pit and the biggest cactus I had ever seen, which looked like a hand with many fingers. At the time I had been living in the van for 5 or so months, and had covered all the windows with reflective material to keep down the heat during the day. One night while I was in the van, I heard some padding around the van. In my mind, I imagined something with paws because of the padding sound it made around my van. My heart beat fast at the realization that something was outside my van. My doors were locked. I laid in my bed and listened to the steps around and around my van. After the padding stopped, I opened the door and a light and found nothing. Not even enough tracks to make out in the sand. The strangest part for me is the amount of time it stayed around my van, somewhere in the range of 10 to 30 minutes. After learning about the black dogs and related Mexican counterparts, I started to think about this event. I wonder if whatever it was part of this weird.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalIm.com.
Me and my family have been seeing some stuff over the years, and to me, it's terrifying. I've only experienced it 2 times. The first time was when I was like 7, and this was the worst paranormal thing I've witnessed looking back. But I went in the kitchen and looked out the back door, and something laying down like a dog was looking at me, like eye contact. One eye was yellow, the other was green. I tell everyone in the living room something is outside, and when they check, it's literally gone. The second time I saw it was when I was going to get firewood on the stove, and as soon as I opened the door, something right there moved extremely fast, causing me to jump back. Other members of the family have experienced this too, like my sister who has taken the dog out to use the bathroom. There's an old wood shed that we don't use anymore, but that's where the dog used the restroom, and my sister said it looked at me, which was absolutely terrifying. I took the dog out once and it was the same spot. I turn around and look at a big bush. It starts shaking violently. I forced the dog to move with me back to the house. My grandfather liked to be in her car while watching stuff and drinking beer, but one time it ran past the front of her car and she couldn't leave. She asked us to go out and there and escort her back. She doesn't do that anymore, and it was like her favourite thing to do. Not sure if this is the same thing or if it's related, but another time when I was 7, I woke up and something whispered my name. This scared the absolute shit out of me, and I went crying to my older sister. This happened again when I was like 10, and they were both coming back from the back porch, where I saw it laying like a dog. Speaking of my older sister, a while ago, she was going up to the house through the backfield, which was really high grass at that point. She and her friend stopped because of some rustling somewhere close, and something full sprint was going towards them, and they ran to the house as quickly as possible. You haven't had much happen recently until a few weeks ago. I was on call with someone with my sister, and I was messing around, screaming for some reason. Me and my sister hear something scream back. We both look at each other and go inside. We live in the woods and not close to much, so that really freaked me out. There at least was a trend around Appalachia. My father was with one of his friends and they were hunting. They saw a skinwalker because the deer they saw ran and hid behind a tree, which kept peeking at them. Eventually it runs off, but in a much smaller. His friend got pictures of its footprints, which could be actual proof, but I can't get the pictures. The place they were was close, but not at our property. One of my biggest fears is one of our dogs coming back from outside, and it's not our dog, and it gets inside.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalIm.com.
I have a constant looming feeling that I'm being watched. People think I'm crazy and may not believe in the paranormal, but ever since I was little, I can remember experiencing little things that have progressed over the years. Whoever it is, or what it is, has never harmed me at all, and in fact is very protective over me. I've always talked to my mom about it, but she just brushed it off, but recently she has been more open to it. She finally budged after one evening while eating dinner. I explained to her that my son has been pointing to the corners of my home, saying he's scared and that there's a ghost. My mother's face drops and tells me I need to get the baby baptized. Confused by this, I asked her why, and she tells me it's to protect the baby from bad things. I insisted on what she meant by that. She then tells me when I was younger, around 8 or 9, my best friend and I at the time was staying over at her house. My mom was coming to pick me up and had gone up to Sammy's room where we were hanging out. Horrified to find us playing with a Ouija board, she quickly grabbed me and we left after she had tried to cleanse me from the board. Everything clicked all at once. My childhood pink house, hearing footsteps constantly up and down the basement stairs when I would grab the laundry. The greenhouse where I could hear my name being called or things being moved to places I did not put them. The newly built house has the doorknob. Tired, I was awakened in the middle of the night by my unplugged radio. And as I went and asked my mom for help, I reached for the doorknob and it started to shake violently, as if it was locked and someone was trying to open it. Calling out for help, my mom rushes trying to open the door as I scream, saying, "Someone is in the house." My mom searched out the house just to tell me no one is in the home. Being teased and watching kids tripping over nothing, even when I was working. My manager was teasing me too much and fell face first into the ground after telling me, "I hope you trip," and he immediately fell. I can feel someone watching me. It's a feeling I try to ignore, but I can't shake the feeling this all stemmed from this board. I never said goodbye. I never closed the portal. I'm posting this not for any advice, but my sanity. I'm not crazy. I'm not paranoid. I know what I heard and what I've seen.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
Every night I come to bed and listen to music, and every time I'm ready to go to sleep, I take out my headphones and plug my phone in. And every night I hear a voice saying something that's 2 syllables. Sounds like thank you. So I assumed it was the neighbour's voice or furniture or something, because I'm in an apartment. But I was thinking one night, that sounded like my name. I just ignore it. But the last couple of times it says it once. Then it says it louder or with inflection. It does sound like it's coming from through the wall or disembodied. I don't know, I could be crazy. And it could be just my neighbour, but it's every single night and always 2 syllables. Sounds almost like a recording being played because it's the same sound like someone messing with me.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
Not overly paranormal, more like unexplainable. Me and my friend back in high school had to escape the mud dumps. We were driving out these mining roads when literally out of the blue, about 2 or 3 kilometers back, I could see headlights cresting the hill behind us. Didn't think too much of this, even though it was almost 3 a.m. Anyhow, we went over another hill, and when we got to the bottom, the headlight was behind us, which meant in about 3 to 5 minutes, the vehicle caught up to us. Getting a little nervous now, because we're doing 30 plus on this old wood road. They must have been travelling at well over what I originally thought. So I decided they're rushing, pulling over in the next side trail. Went around a corner, found a side trail and backed into it. For the sake of, I don't know why, we decided to hide and turn off the lights. We sat there for about 5 minutes questioning where this car went. We waited a bit longer. We decided they must have taken another road that we didn't see. I was just about to turn the lights back on and looked in the mirror to see 2 red tail lights about 50 feet behind. I pointed them out to my friend. Her face went white. We rushed out and started the way we came from. I looked back and nothing. The road was clear forward and back. As we crested hills again, we noticed the same headlights behind us, but this time it always kept its distance on the previous hill. After about 20 minutes of driving, I got to the top of a hill and stopped. The headlights on the previous hill did too. We were about 5 minutes to the main road at this point, so we just pieced out. We got to the bottom of the hill. The headlights were on the top of the hill we were just on and catching us fast. Did about 50 to 70 plus on a dirt road. Followed us for a solid 3 or 4 minutes, about 100 to 200 feet back. As soon as we hit the main road, the lights vanished. I know a little bit about cars, but I'll never forget those perfectly round headlights. And narrow, straight up and down tail lights. Definitely a strange situation for us. Been back a few times. Never after dark, though. I stick to daylight driving now.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
Greece, summer 2008. I'm 16 years old. My father rented me a room so I could find some peace in a luxury club near Athens. One night, I hear a woman screaming in anger, knocking on the wall near my bed. I'm going to knock at the door. They won't let me in. Then I go back to my room again. Silence. Good, I'm going back to bed. The very next day, I got up quite early, and as the day went by, it was good. But at nightfall, the same story happens again. This time, I responded by hitting on the wall. In my bedroom's balcony, I go out and try to see what is happening on the other side, but the light is off. I wonder if it's not a couple making fierce love, but there's no doubt. What I hear at that moment are clearly annoyed, angry cries. I'm going to knock again. No one answers me. I go to the reception to finally complain about the noise, although I don't like it. Maybe it could be a woman who has been abused by a violent husband. But the staff tells me that the room next to mine is free, and therefore totally empty. I'm going back to bed. The story gives me chills. Eventually, a couple moves into the cursed bedroom. I'm rather reassured, but it doesn't last. When I go to the swimming pool, I see them at the reception complaining that their bathroom is disgusting and the room is very noisy, which is surprising because I didn't hear anything weird. I'm starting to have nightmares. I dream of a woman hanging in a laundromat. The image disturbs me a lot. The staff probably offered another room to the couple who left. I even heard some knock-knock sounds on the wall. When I secretly smoked on the balcony, the light turned on by itself. I also asked to change rooms. This time, it was in a building faced to the one where I slept for a few nights. I was really obsessed with this cursed room. One night, the person who now occupied the room waved to me, but I was in the dark. Maybe he or she was waving at someone else, but the screaming came back. The club had closed, and I've never experienced a similar situation again. This is all pure coincidence. There must be an explanation. Maybe there was a living person who secretly lived in the room this whole time. Dead or alive, it doesn't seem okay.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
My fiance and I live in a large industrial area, building in Marseille, eastern France, on the border of Luxembourg and Germany. It's a relatively peaceful area, but there are quite conservative people. Since we're two men in love, we're careful to remain discreet to avoid unnecessary problems. We live in a high tower, about 20 floors in an old flat. The few discussions we have are with people at the supermarket cashiers or small talks with the neighbours. Shortly after we moved into the building, we met an old gentleman, always on his bicycle. White hair, white teeth, sunglasses. At first we kind of appreciated him, as he was funny, enjoying life, ready to go on his little bike. I thought he was a widower, so it was important to us to take care of elderly people, to fight his possible solitude. One evening, we told him about the serious illness of our cat, which saddens us. The old man replied, smiling, "Oh well, you know, I had a cat before." And then one day, I noticed that he was getting more and more lazy. I hadn't noticed he was already dead, rotting for several days, but it started to sink a lot. So I threw him in the trash rooms of the building over there. I was so shocked by his lack of tact and empathy that I had a nervous laugh, which he interpreted as a way of laughing at what he had just ranted. I started avoiding him, but we were incredibly lucky to always meet him. Recently, I had to stand him in the elevator all alone. When a woman arrived in the hall, he noticed her. Once we're out of sight, he said to me, she mustn't go to the basement of the building, otherwise I might wait for her. I replied, there are cameras everywhere. Also, I told him to be careful, but he laughed again as usual. When I see this guy through the living room window, coming back with his bike, it's a disturbing vibe. I feel something is definitely wrong with him. Since then, every time we meet, I can't help but think about one thing. Escaping.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
One night, I went to an event from my dad's with a friend. He was gay and had a boyfriend, but agreed to be my chaperone. And when the night was ending at about midnight, and we said our goodbyes, he told me, "Oh, my boyfriend asked me to tell you to message him when you reach home." Mind you, we didn't have smartphones or mobile internet at the time. So when I reached home, I connected and sent my friend's boyfriend a message. Let's call him Cal. So I messaged Cal and said, "Hey, Mike told me you wanted to speak to me." I had only ever talked with Cal on the internet. We hadn't met in person yet. "Oh yeah, I dreamt about you," he told me, and then proceeded to narrate his dream to me. I'll try my best to tell you what Cal's dream was about, but I've probably forgotten some details. It was a day in the afternoon. I was there when I met a child. This child was apparently lost. He was wearing old clothes and took my finger and started walking with me. I followed him and arrived at a house where there was a red sweater hanging like it had been left to dry in the sun. What was weird was at that time, I was at my rebellious phase and wore only black. I didn't own any coloured clothes. But since I had this event, I mentioned at the beginning I was wearing, at the same moment, a red sweater. I went inside the house. The kids started to show me around. We arrived at a room that was kind of weird. It was like it was made of mirrors. My parents' room had 2 huge wardrobes and the doors were made of mirrors. Again, I didn't know Cal in person and he had never been in my house. But for some reason, I started to get really nervous by that point. Like everything felt heavier by the minute. Then we went into another room, which was also weird because the windows are really close to the floor. Like huge windows. He mentioned that he saw in the dream that the windows were close to the floor because they were actually very close to the bed. Again, it wasn't exactly the case, but my bed was really tall and was really close to the window in height, like 8 inches difference. And what he was saying to me described the house I lived in that moment again, my parents' house. Honestly, I was terrified at this point. The kid told me this was his house, that he lived there. He told me he loves your family, but he loves you specially because you play with him every night. At this point, he had told me the name of the kid. To this day, I don't say the name out loud, because when I used to do it, he appeared and the room would feel heavy. What's important is that the name he told me was the name of an online character I had at the time, a character I would play with every night. This is important because my friend Mike didn't know about this. He knew about everything else. He saw me use the red sweater that day and he had been to my parents' house, but he didn't know about the online game. So the kid loves you and told me that he sits at the window and watches you sleep. I picked up the phone at that moment and called Mike to scream at him. I had been chatting with Cal for about an hour or so, but I didn't care and started asking Mike if he had told Cal anything about how my parents looked like or what I was wearing that day. But he simply said, why would I do that? And since we were young, it makes sense. You tell people if a friend has a pool or really cool stuff, but you don't describe so many details about their parents' bedroom. I guess I just believed Mike and was terrified. He called Cal though and asked him to stop scaring me, but I wasn't able to get any sleep until it was sunny again. Another important detail was that Cal swears to me that the child left a mark on his finger. Remember I said the child took his finger to drag him to the house? Well, when we finally met in person, not long after, he showed me the mark. It was small and round and dark, but not black, like a birthmark. I asked Mike to tell me had the mark before when they met, but Mike assured me the mark was new, and Cal insisted it appeared on his finger after the dream. Also, I'm still friends with Mike and Cal. It wasn't a birthmark. The mark went away from Cal's finger. I don't know when, because we didn't meet for several years. But when we met again a couple of years ago, he didn't have it anymore. Cal remembers the dream to this day too. To this day, I don't say the name. It's like I summoned the spirit or ghost or whatever it was. Weird stuff happened at that house, and I believe a lot was related to this spirit.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
Me and my fiance just bought a house and moved in recently, only 2 months ago. My fiance is sensitive to paranormal activities and sees spirits on the regular, but never anything with ill intention. So when we moved in here, she always spoke about seeing an older man in the corner, and as well as my son, who sees something and will yell, "No, no, no, go away." Since moving in, we've had nothing but bad luck, and plants can't even stay alive in the house as well. Things go missing randomly, and then we'll find them in the weirdest places. We've jokingly spoken out loud, say that they're not welcome here, and demanding that they leave and leave us alone. But it hasn't been successful yet. It seems to favour my fiance over me. Also, my mother-in-law has been staying with us, and she's known to dabble in and with spirits and the paranormal. Per my fiance, she states that her mom has messed with portals and speaks to the other side in an unsafe manner. And our fear is that she has an attachment to her which is causing our issues. This may be just in my head, but our relationship has never had issues before until we started moving in and lived together prior to moving into this house. So it wasn't a culture shock as many would say.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
So I was about 8 years old, and we made our annual trip back to the Philippines. My mother's siblings at the time lived in a village at the base of some small mountains in the Nueva Ecija. I was hanging out with my uncle about 300 or 400 meters down from my aunt's house, where we were staying. Next to that house, he was building as a small banana plantation. Anyways, I was really busting to poop. My uncle was putting the thatching for an awning at the time, and I didn't want to bother, and I really wouldn't have been able to hold it on the walk back. Seemed like a much further walk when I was smaller. I snuck some toilet paper and dug a deep hole at the base of one of those banana trees. Buried the lot when I was done. Man, I was desperate. Within the hour, I was back at my aunt's place. I began to feel weak. Large, pimply things started appearing all over my legs. It didn't hurt to pop, but when they did, it was like a mix that felt about 10% oil and 90% water. They were all over my legs. I couldn't walk. I didn't feel nauseous or anything, but it was extremely hard to walk. Wearing sandals helped somehow, so with the support of my mom and my aunt, they walked me to some older lady's place. Not sure if she was a doctor or just some equivalent of a wise woman. She handed me a glass of water, then cracked an egg open and dropped the contents into the water, and then told me to drink it to about halfway. I drank it about halfway, and she put the glass on the table. We watched as the yolk began to take shape very much like a small tree. Like the yolk spread out, one large stem then spranting out towards the top of the water. Now chances are, if anyone did it right now, it might achieve the same effect. And banana trees look different to regular trees, but holy cow, it really looked like a young tree. About as young as the banana trees. She asked me if I peed on a tree earlier or even hit one. Told her I did, so she told me to go back and sincerely apologize to the duende residing within. Duende is a mythical creature in the Philippines. Some might describe it as a dwarf, an elf, or just a spirit that lives inside trees or termite mounds. They keep to themselves, but if you mess with them, whether it be deliberately or accidentally, they would curse you to some degree. It took me to that tree to apologise, and very quickly soon after, my weak legs were fine again, and the pimply things disappeared within the hour.
You are listening to the content of Paranormal.com.
When I was 6 or 7, we were renting a house. The landlord hired a team of landscapers to trim down a tree in our backyard and to square off the hedges along our back fence. Shortly after they started, one of them got scared and kept repeating, "Danger, much danger," in Spanish. They cut down a few limbs from the tree, and one of the others grabbed a circular saw to cut the limbs into pieces. He plugged the saw into the outlet, and not only did it turn on, it chased the entire crew, one after another, turning to rush towards the next guy as each one sprinted to either side of the house. The saw even made wide turns to chase them. They never came back, and one of their family members stopped by a few days later. Now, it might be a coincidence that the saw had a short in the wiring, and it only looked like it was chasing them. But the next part is what gets me. About a month later, my mom started a fire in the fireplace, using the wood from the trimmed tree, and I started a fire. Moments later, there's a large crack and a small but intense burst of flames. That's when the front door slammed open and these shadowy figures sprinted out. They looked human-shaped, but their proportions were too long and too thin. Their faces had no features. It was as if your shadow at 5 p.m. just started running off on its own. Mom closed and relocked the door, grabbed me, and we stayed in her bedroom that night.
You are listening to the content of Paranormal.com.
I was in the front room playing video games at around midnight. I also have headphones on, so I've got my full attention on the game. I remember hearing crying out of nowhere and thought it was my mom, because my parents had been arguing a couple of hours before. I barely heard crying over the murders being committed on GTA that night. That's besides the point. I took my headphones off and noticed the crying wasn't coming from my mom, but the window behind me. The window had blinds over it, so no one could see inside it, but the window was open. I kind of slowly got out of my gaming chair and slithered over to the window, and I opened the blinds to be met by a very nasty lady. She had dirt and mud all over her. She was missing teeth and her eyes were piercing, like if there was no light. I could see every detail in her eyeball, almost as if they were glowing. I kind of stuttered out the words, "What's wrong?" And she stopped crying and just stared into my eyes and started swinging her hand while looking back. She definitely had a knife and screaming. I yelled for my dad as loud and as much as I could. This didn't faze her. Now in the front room, we have a gun cabinet and I grabbed the first gun I could, which happened to be a hunting rifle. My dad had grabbed his pistol and came into the front room in his underwear, and he was very confused. But before he could ask what's wrong, I pointed at the window to the still screaming lady. Mom was hiding in the bedroom and called the police, and the lady was just screaming, but at this point, her vocal cords had been screeching. I had my rifle pointed at her, and Dad had his gun pointed at her. She started cutting the window screen open to get in. I kept telling her to stop and leave and go home, and she didn't. I don't want to talk about the aftermath. The police came and took a statement, and luckily this whole thing was caught on camera from the neighbours across the street. It's not so paranormal, but I still don't know where the lady came from or what her problem was. Dad thinks she was on some kind of drug. I still pray to God to ask for forgiveness. There isn't a day that goes by where I don't hate myself. Stay safe, everyone.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalIm.com.
I grew up in rural America, middle of nowhere, surrounded by woods, no neighbours for a mile in any direction. I liked to wander the woods and play with my imagination, with my collection of swords. My dad would play with me and my friends if we ever killed a venomous snake while out and about. So sometimes we'd go snake hunting, although we never found much. Maybe like 3 or 4 copperheads over the years that this practice took place. We were mostly just dicking around, and any snakes we found were incidental. Anyway, my friend and I once went out for a late-night snake hunt around midnight. We got to the edges of my family's property and dove into some heretofore unexplored woods. Needless to say, we got a little lost, but with our flashlights, swords, and teenage hubris, we weren't at all scared. We were just having a good time. While trying to orient ourselves in these dark woods, we heard a knocking, like something solid smacking a tree, wood being knocked over. But it wasn't sporadic, like a bug or hog smacking its antlers or tusks on a tree. It wasn't random, like trees being blown about by the wind and knocking into each other. It was a very deliberate and evenly spaced rhythm. Knock, 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 knock. And it was loud, intentional. My friend and I looked at each other with our flashlights and simply said to each other, "Run," and hauled ass in the opposite direction of the noise. We made it to the nearest road in maybe 5 minutes of frantic running, bleeding from thorn vines and out of breath. Knocking didn't follow, although we had heard its continuation when we started running until we got too far away. We went back during the day and scoped out that portion of the woods with the sun on our side. We never found any evidence of human habitation and never figured out what could have possibly made the noise. We didn't go near those woods at night anymore.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalIm.com.
I live in South Louisiana. There's a place where I grew up called Creighton Point Plantation. It's notoriously haunted. You can Google it. Allegedly used as a Civil War hospital, the front doors being used as stretchers, and rumours of there being something that went down there involving notorious pirate Jean Lafitte. Bunch of history. People have seen all kinds of crazy shit there. When we were about 16, me and my friends regularly used to spend Saturday nights drinking lots of beer and driving around the dirt roads surrounding the plantation, ghost hunting. Meaning getting wasted, listening to lots of rap music, chain smoking, and occasionally stopping and rolling down the windows to see if we could see anything weird. Well, one time, we actually did, surprisingly. We stopped on the main road in front of the plantation. It's in the middle of nowhere. Nothing around but sugarcane fields, dirt roads, and the occasional trailer home. We get out of the truck and turn off all the lights and start looking around. One of my 2 friends says he thinks he sees something and starts kind of freaking out, telling us to come see. We look in the direction he's pointing and to the side of the main house. There are some little cabins which I believe to be old slave quarters. I see something weird out in front of one of them. It looks like a woman, down on her knees. We're immediately like, what the fuck is this woman doing kneeling down in a yard at midnight? I ran and got some binoculars out of the truck, and sure enough, it was a woman. She very slowly stood up and began walking across the yard towards the house. Very slowly and gently, as if she didn't have a care in the world. Her arms were just kind of dancing along by her sides, and she just crept towards the house. It was then that I noticed that extremely faintly, she seemed to be kind of glowing. It was extremely odd, because it wasn't a full moon or anything, and nothing around her was glowing. Only her, the whole time she walked. She looked almost as if she was composed of dim moonlight. And then I realised I could make out the shape of the trees on the other side of her. She was very faintly translucent. I gave my friends the binoculars to see if I was just drunk or having a mental break or something, and they immediately confirmed that I was not. We sat there and watched her for maybe 4 minutes, which felt like an eternity. The longer we watched, the more the reality of what we were seeing began to set in, and an intense, indescribable fear started to overtake me. I thought I was the only one, but upon inspection, my friends were visibly shaken as well. It wasn't funny anymore. Just as we really began to freak out, in the distance, we heard gravel crumbling and saw headlights about 1/8 of a mile down the road. And the second we did, without the light shining towards us or the girl, she simply dimmed out. It was like someone turned off a light. She just faded away. We all fucking freaked out and got out of there. I don't really believe in God or an afterlife or anything like that. That sure as fuck made and continues to make me question things.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
I currently work at a school that might be haunted. There's an old auditorium that we use for plays, musicals, and sometimes for pep rallies. It's creepy as hell when you're alone in it though, so a lot of staff says that's where the ghost lives. I used to teach in the room across the hall from it. My first month there, my lights kept getting shut off. The light switch is right by the door, so I thought it was a student. It kept happening during my plan period, and I asked the teacher next to me to tell his class to stop messing with my room. He shut the door one day and it happened. No one was in the halls, and I was sitting across the room. My light just turned off on its own. A few days after that, I was testing a website on my projector during my plan. My projector moved on its own. I don't mean it slid down, it moved up and down, then left and right. There was no room above mine, so it wasn't something in the ceiling. I wasn't really freaked out at this point, just annoyed, so I yelled at whatever it was to stop messing with my stuff. The projector stopped moving, and my lights never turned off again. The last time something happened to me, I was in the auditorium itself. We were having a sort of field day thing and were using the auditorium as a movie theatre. I was the one running it. I sat in the back to keep an eye on the kids. I heard someone whisper my name, but like a stage whisper where it's actually pretty loud. No one was behind me. A student close by told me she heard it too, but we both shrugged and kept watching into the Spider-Verse. A few other staff have more interesting stories since they worked there longer.
You are listening to the content of paranormal.com.
I've been having these experiences for over 2 years now. It started sometime before I got married. It happens once in a while. It happens when I sleep, right when I'm about to just go to deep sleep. When it happens, I would hear a loud bang, a clank, a shriek, or a scream. Sometimes it sounds far away. Sometimes it sounds like it's right beside my ear. It wakes me up, and I end up rushing into a dark house or apartment, thinking someone just broke in. I'm a skeptic of the paranormal. I've been chalking this experience up to audio hallucinations, but that doesn't make it any less weird or creepy. To clarify, I'm not on any medication, I don't drink alcohol, and I don't take recreational drugs. I use my brain a lot at work, so I have to be at capacity all day, every day. The most disturbing experience I had was when I got woken up by a long, high-pitched scream that sounded like it was coming from a woman in our kitchen and living room on the second floor. At the time, I was alone in the house because my wife worked the night shift. I quickly ran down the dark staircase to the living room to check it out, but no one was there. I checked the first floor entrance to see if someone had broken in. Locked. I checked the garage door. Locked. I checked the balcony door. I checked the windows. All locked. Me being tired and sleepy quickly dismissed this as me just being tired and sleepy. So I went back to bed. A couple more of these would happen, like a loud bang or a loud clunk coming from the second floor that would wake me up. But I would chalk these off as just me being tired and would immediately go back to sleep. I wouldn't recall these until they kept happening. I told my wife and brother about these experiences. We all agreed it was creepy, but maybe it's just my brain playing games with me. We're now renting our house to someone else. We moved to an apartment closer to my work to save on transit costs. I still get these experiences, but not as disturbing as the screaming woman. Sometimes I get woken by what sounds like someone crashed through our apartment door, or trays and pans in our kitchen being thrown out. But when I check them out, it's just our normal, unbroken-in dark apartment. Now, I say these are audio hallucinations because I had a dream when I was a kid, and it was a woman with her gaunt face and distorted voice screaming at the top of her lungs. As a kid, it was extremely frightening. So I tried waking up, and as I woke up, the voice started to warp to this melodious tune. It was the voice of a singing woman coming from the radio. When I was a kid, I liked listening to the radio to help me sleep, especially the jazz radio stations. I was hearing a distorted version of a song on the radio as I tried to go to sleep. But it's hard to make an equivalence of this past experience to my experiences now, because then I knew what the source is, the radio. This time, I just don't know.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalM.com.